Kama rafiki yangu pale nyuma. Very good dancer. Nafanya kazi mzuri. Hata kama anapata likes 10 ni iko sawa. Ana dance. Si ndio moves ni mzuri. Hata kama anapata like 2 na moja ni yake. Iko sawa. So pale nje tuko na sponsor na Tusimame kidogo. Tusimame kidogo. Shika rafiki yako, simama na yeye. Shika rafiki yako, simama na yeye. Simama na yeye. Huko nyuma naona watu bado hawajasimama. Simama. Ukiona rafiki yako asimami, unamupiga goto kidogo tu. Now, tukiwa tumesimama hapo, high-five your neighbor, just high-five your neighbor. Nataka umsalimie na lugha ya kwenu. Lugha ya kwenu. Yes, msalimie na lugha ya kwenu. Mpaka wadosi, msalimie na lugha ya kwenu. We are just celebrating our cultures. Si kwa ubaya, but we are just celebrating our cultures. Sikia huko nyuma Wakamba, sikia. Wewe. Sawa. So we are about to start, and right now I want to invite Dr. Rotich. All right. Sawa. So tukiwa tumesimama hapo, umemsalimia? Nataka nisikie huko nyuma, umemsalimia? Amesema aje, for example, lugha ya kwao? Aya, mgeukie mwambie unakaa poa basi. Mgeukie mwambie unakaa poa, hata kama ni uongo, anajua ni sawa. Aya, mwambie unakaa poa. Hata mimi nimeambiwa. Alright. So, nataka tufanye activity ya mwisho. Mpigie makofi kulingana na vile ni handsome ama beautiful. Huko nyuma mpigiani. So, I want to invite our MC, Jack. Karibu sana, ili tuweze kuendelea. DJ, get ready for our national anthem, ili tuweze kuanza. Karibu Jack. Kwa makofi tafadhali our MC.
Thank you very much. You may have a seat. All right. I would like to request that once more we stand up for the national anthem. Thank you. Just remain standing. I will request Samuel Mude to come and pray, dedicate this summit to the hands of our Lord. Welcome, Samuel.
Good morning, all. Okay, so let's bow our heads in prayer, because it's a great opportunity that we have been given to come and showcase our talents, and we want to commit the Lord as we start this. Dear everlasting Father, we come before your throne of grace this beautiful, great morning. Thank you, Father, for this great assembly that you have brought us together, Father, as a family of KCA, and particularly the School of Technology, oh Lord, Father. We thank you, Father, for this great event that you have given unto us, oh God, Father. And Lord, Father, we want to commit each and every discussion point, each and every presentation, each and every idea that is mooted, oh God, Father. We want to commit it to you for establishment. Father, beginning with our senior management, our faculty, and our students, oh God, and even our guest speakers, as they speak to us, oh God, about the new trends in technology and new trends in AI, in the new trends that are coming up. Lord, we want to ask and pray that you may put those ideas in our minds, that we may bring them out for fruition. Father, we thank you, we honor you, and we glorify you. Father, now as we begin with us. Guide us for this, we pray, in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. Amen.
Thank you very much, Samuel. You may sit now. Kindly take your seats. So I did not say good morning. Now let me have that opportunity to say good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Jacob Olo, and I would like to welcome you to day 3 of the Innovation Week and Industry Summit 2024 KCA University. Clap for this event. It's a great honor to have this occasion or this event that will champion the technological trends as we discuss issues that align with our industry, our education, and the solutions to the problems that we face as a country, as a region, and as Africa, as the world. So as I've said, my name is Olo Jacob, and I'm honored to be your master of ceremony today for today's Industry Connection Forums. I'll be the co-MC. We have another MC who will be taking up the second part of the session. That is Beatrice Kagusha. May she just stand and wave. That will be my co-MC. This event is unique. It's a unique opportunity for us to bridge academia and industry, fostering connections that will drive innovations and inspire new possibilities in our fields. Today, we have an exciting lineup planned with sessions that will showcase some of the latest advancements in technology and encourage discussions on how we as students, educators, and industry leaders can work together to shape the future. So before we begin, I would like to thank each of you for being here and extend our appreciation to the Vice Chancellor of this university, the deans, and the organizers of this event. I would like to specifically recognize the presence of the chairs of departments. Here we have, that is Dr. Mugoe Kelvin. Can you stand up for recognition? Dr. Gladys, okay. Gladys Mange is our chair for software development, information system. Dr. Mugoe is the chairperson in the NAC department. So I would also like to recognize the presence of our faculty members. If you are here, kindly stand up such that you can be able, you can wave. Faculty members, lecturers that we have here. Thank you very much. Now, without wasting too much time, I'm going to call a very remarkable person of the opening remarks by a distinguished guest and a host. DVC Finance, Planning and Development. No, just a minute. We are going to have a welcoming remarks by Professor, the Dean School of Technology, that is Mr. Ezekiel Kuria. Wherever you are, kindly welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm happy. I'm Ezekiel Kuri. I'm not the dean School of Technology. I wish, first of all, to assist my colleague to recognize the two DVCs, the DVC Rio. There's some technology I should be using here instead. Okay, do I use the same or I use this? Thank you. So DVC Rio, we would like to recognize you. Please stand up with clap for you. And the DVC administration, please stand up with, thank you so much. So research to market practically by moving our projects. We create projects every trimester, but that is all. What's in a shop? So this is very important to us so that we at least we don't just applaud and tell them, "Mumefanya vizuri sana, these are very good projects." Na tunaishia hapo. We would wish to move some of them to the market, isn't it? That is why we are here today in numbers. We would want to emphasize to our students especially, but of course even faculty, that this is very important to us. We would wish that every year, every trimester, at least one or two of the best projects go to the market. Sometimes back, I remember we used to have online elections. I don't know whether we have the SACU guys here. Do we still use our software? We were using our software that was created by one of our projects. I don't know whether it's still in use, but that was even before we had this kind of thing. So this now is a good opportunity for us to be able to move further and have more projects moving to the market, commercializing, not just creating projects that end there. So I welcome you today to SOT. We'll have talks on corporate social responsibility, because IT basically is, we create programs that we create programs that are supposed to assist business, assist society. So our innovations are placed. They're supposed to help people in society. And we have a very able person on that area who will talk about that, the corporate social responsibility. And I think it's not the first time that that person has come here from IBM. The good thing, I looked at his profile. He's been faculty at Strathmore. He was actually the founder member of the Business Innovation Center so that's the right person. He understands what I'm talking about, especially with IT and moving from the project, moving to the industry. So this is very important for our students. Please pay attention and tell your friends to come and stick here. Let's gain from these people. Later we'll talk about data science that is fueling innovations. Organizations are able to predict the future and therefore make the right decisions through the foresight that is given by data science. A lot of times when you keep telling you this is the right thing to do, as parents and as your lecturers, you wonder why we are repeating, and we have taught you, you think that is enough, but these kind of things are very important, because even when we go outside there, like when I come to check for you on attachment, there are other things we check apart from your ICT. We look at, are you able to innovate? Always that part you don't score, because we are not able to see your creativity. Some of these things you develop from such events. But when we are young, we are not able to see this as important, that the parents are telling us, do this, do the other. And I would like to remind you that as fathers, as mothers, as people who have gone through, our guides should be taken very seriously. This reminds me of a young man who went for an interview, and intentionally, the interviewers had left a lot of things not in order, but he would go putting them in order. He found taps that were leaking or flowing, he would close them. Lights that were on, he would put them off. This he had learned from his father, but he was not happy with the father because the father was very overbearing, all the time correcting him. You know, when we are grown up, we think we know a lot, and therefore we should not be corrected. But you learn a lot from listening to these people. And to make the story short, when they went to the interview, this is the person who was picked because the others were laughing at him when he did all these things. But he was picked because they realized this is the best manager. He has that initiative that he finds a door that is not working, he takes his time to correct it first. So that is why I insist that you stick with us and make this day as productive as possible. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Ezekiel Kuria. You are the representative of the Dean, School of Technology, Dr. Simon Mwendia. Thank you very much for that correction. Now, I would like to call upon Professor Domiano Chetty, who is the DVC Finance, Planning and Development.
He's doing a great job, isn't he? Yes. We are very proud of him.
Thank you.
Can we clap for him again? So you have done very well. So you'll allow me to invite my DVC.
Thank you.
Can you clap for him again?
Okay, thank you very much. This is DVC Research, yes. Professor Onywera. And I'm sorry, I've skipped the protocol, but I think it's good that he has recognized to come over and correct me. Welcome, Professor Onywera, and take over from this.
Thank you. Actually, you have not made any mistake. So you don't have to be sorry. You have done very well, and we are very proud of you. Can we please acknowledge him again? Our chief guest this morning, John Matogo. Mr. John Matogo, I've known John for almost 15 years. In my other life, we did stuff elsewhere. He's somebody I know very well. And when his name was proposed to be one of our guest speakers, it was easy to say yes. Welcome to KCA University. Our Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Finance, Planning and Development, who is representing the VC and CEO this morning here, Professor Damiana Kieti. She's made of steel, very supportive, very humble, very calm. I'm always very happy to be, and I am very happy to see the leadership of the School of Technology. Dr. Mwendia has accompanied the VC and CEO in another university function in our Kitengela campus. Mr. Matogo, we have many campuses. Ruaraka campus, Kitengela campus, Western campus, CBD campus. We are a large university. The members of staff, heads of departments here, faculty members, and our wonderful students. We have our directors here, Dr. Njuru, Dr. Laiboni, there, and who? Yeah, we have everybody is here. AWS, the AWS Queen, African Queen is here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to take much time this morning. It is not my day to make speeches. I'm only here now to invite our DVC Finance Planning and Development, who is representing the VC and CEO, to kindly step forward and make some remarks. Thereafter, she will invite our guest speaker. Can we please be upstanding and invite and clap for Professor Kieti?
Thank you. You may be seated, please. And thank you, DVC Rio, Professor Vincent Onywera, for inviting me here to make very few remarks, and thereafter invite our keynote speaker for today. To our keynote speaker, John Matogo, all other invited guests in the room, DVC Rio, Senate members, UMB members, KCA University staff and students, exhibitors, innovators, sponsors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm excited to stand before you this morning, particularly to give my opening remarks this particular day where we have the School of Technology taking the lead. I'm excited about it. But all and above that, I want also to extend a very warm welcome to our keynote speaker, as well as all the other guests who have been invited to KCA University. KCA University is a place where when you get in, you feel the warmth of the people and the environment. So feel most welcome to the university, and we are privileged and feel honored to host you. Basically, KCA University is a premier and a very creative business and technology university. Of course, promoting several tenets, including integrity, diversity, innovations, partnerships, collaborations, and so on. And the ambition of the university is to become an innovation-driven, globally competitive business and technology university. And therefore, our today's presentations and discussions are very well aligned to that particular vision of the university. And particularly when we are talking about the topics to do with data science and its role in driving innovation, emerging technologies, etc., very well aligned to the strategic direction and objectives of the university. And as I was reflecting about our today's presentations, something came into my mind. And of course, I also reading around technology and what is being said about it. And something came into my mind that many of the fast growing job roles are now in the area of technology, and therefore necessitating every graduate whom we are releasing to be technologically proficient. And I am excited that we are organizing this very important event. And I was also reading about what other bodies are saying, and I realized that one of the bodies, and that is the World Economic Forum, talking about the future jobs, asserts that employers' top skills priority for the years to come includes cognitive skills such as analytical and creative thinking, technological skills such as AI, big data, and technological literacy. And therefore, our today's presentations are very well aligned, particularly in preparing our graduates and our students to be fit for the jobs of the future, the jobs of today, tomorrow, and going forward. Our keynote speaker, allow me to say something more about issues to do with technology. You realize that our strategic plan has clearly stated or asserted itself about the position of the university in matters to do with technology, particularly in partnering with like-minded organizations and institutions in the production ecosystem, not just as users and disseminators of emerging technological advances in areas such as robotics, artificial intelligence, big data, and other technological areas, which are likely to shape the education and research agenda. But as KCA University, we are also partnering with these particular key stakeholders to be able to drive the technological agenda within the region and outside the region. And consequently, we are partnered with IBM, the Safaricom, and many other technological related institutions and organizations to give our students hands-on experience and to prepare them for the job. Because our aim is to train employable graduates. And with this particular opportunity, then our graduates will be able to fit in the employment sector. Of course, through technologically driven solutions, our students are in a position to address both local and international, all global challenges. And therefore, KCA University, we have taken up this space, and we continue to nurture innovation that contributes to the societal needs from different dimensions, from health dimension to environmental dimension and all that. And one critical thing which I also want to mention is that in our strategic plan, we have asserted ourselves as being able to achieve 70% integration of AI in all our processes. Talk about teaching, research, administration, and so on. So we want by the year 2028, 70% of all our processes have an element of AI. And of course, by integrating this, we are looking at integrating all aspects of AI in our curriculum, in our decision making, even in our selecting of our students. We should be able to use it to identify the students who are likely to join us and go for them. We are also looking at being able to use it even to improve the experience of our students, the learning experience, our online experience, and so on. And therefore, the presentations of today are so critical because they are very well aligned to what SKCA University are aiming to do to prepare our graduates to fit in the ever-changing environment. And having said that, I want to wish all the participants a very pleasant interaction in today's sessions, discussions. We are learning from, and we thank each one of you who is joining us to journey together in this. Allow me, before I invite the keynote speaker of today, to thank our VC and CEO very much for leading us and giving us this opportunity to be able to have this very important event. Not forgetting our sponsors who have enabled us to host this event through the different ways they have sponsored in kind, in terms of finances, and in many other ways. Of course, not forgetting our exhibitors who are now showing us the way in terms of innovations and all that. So with that, I do not want to take a lot of your time because today is not my day. Today is the day for our chief speaker, or our keynote speaker, as well as our different panel members. And therefore, it is my pleasure and honor to invite our keynote speaker, Mr. John, to come and address the participants. Thank you.
Good morning. Well, for those who know me will realize that I'm not really a person of protocol, but I think increasingly in this role I need to get involved. So to my colleague who was here before, don't worry. We're all learning this business. So to the VC represented by DVC admin, financial planning, the whole list. To Professor Onywera, good friend and person we've known for many years. DVC Rio. I don't know what Rio stands for. Okay, so research, innovation, and outreach. To the deans present, the heads of department, all the staff at KCA University, the students, and I think there are also colleagues from industry who are present here. It's a pleasure to join you this day to discuss innovation and to discuss matters around CSR. So when I received the invitation from KCA, the plan was to discuss about CSR and the role of CSR in the role of CSR in sustainable development and so on. But always I like to change things, so I'm not going to stick to that. I will digress slightly. And it's interesting that this last few days, one, I've been involved in a lot of innovation activities. This last weekend, there was no sleeping. I was with a team of students from various institutions from Friday to Saturday to Sunday morning. And they were doing some activities. It was a hackathon. And during that time, they were innovating and coming up with solutions for different challenges. And that also just got me reflecting as Professor Onywera and DVC were speaking here, also made me think a little bit about my background as well. And I think, as was mentioned, I was involved in running an innovation center. So just thought about some of the outcomes. So I set up an innovation center for 2 years. Part of the challenge was also to set up a business model for an innovation center in an academic institution. So there was that element, and then what also reminded me was the outcome of those of that particular 2-year period before I joined IBM. And maybe let me also use this opportunity to challenge some of you as we're discussing innovation here. And for the students in the room, I will share with you some innovation that came out of the time when I was at the Innovation Center. And work done by students like yourselves. I will mention companies, organizations that were launched by your colleagues. This was now almost 12 years ago. Okay? So, one, have you moved around different malls in Nairobi and you've seen a company called Purpink? Anyone who has seen Purpink? Purpink, Purpink. If you go around a number of malls within the city, you will see this company that is called Purpink. If you go online, search for it, it's a company that does gifts, and they started doing corporate gifts. So this was a company that was set up by second-year students. So at the time, there were second-year students. How many of you are in second year here? Or third year, fourth year? Okay. So at the end of this session, I'm hoping to make you uncomfortable, okay, and challenge you that while you are on campus, you have time, you guys are actually the best of society, okay? You're the ones who have made it to university. True or false? Okay, you're the best of society. Let's be clear on that. So these are second-year students who set up a company, and now I think I've counted around 6 stores in malls across Nairobi. And what they do is set up corporate gifts, and they sell these gifts to companies. And also, if you have a function coming up for one of your friends, loved ones, you could always prepare, make a request on the website, and a gift would be sent to them, properly, very well wrapped, and so on. Well, recently I was in a presentation and I had this company now, they're still running it. This is now 12 years later. They do upwards of 100 million shillings in terms of revenue, and they are employing 60 people now. Okay? So, second year individuals just like yourselves. This is one. Another one I wanted to share again that came up during that particular time. How many of you have heard of a company called Pezesha? Pezesha? Come on, don't be shy. Have you guys heard of these companies? Pezesha, if you go online, search for Pezesha. Okay, this is a fintech company. Or maybe you guys know Tala and such things. So Pezesha is also a fintech company that we have here. Again, set up by a student at the time. Well, at least the idea came up at that point. I think what was mentioned by a previous speaker is that as you go through your academic program, you do projects. At the end of the term, semester, you do projects, isn't it? Okay. Now, this was the outcome of a project. The same way you will develop a solution at the end of your, in the course of your studies. But what they did is that they went a step further and continued to build that project or that solution to something that is, that they can now sell. So you go online, look and these are not. I'm not telling you stories that are fake. That's what I'm telling you. Go online and look for this. Powerpink is a company. If you go around Nairobi, you will see it. Pezesha, if you go online, you will see is a fintech company. And you've seen the awards that these individuals have received in the last few years. And I'm talking about things that happened now almost 12, 13 years back. So that's one. Another one is Pezesha. Again, set up by your colleagues. The third one that I will also mention during that particular time, you guys are familiar with, how many of you use the Safaricom app? I know there are colleagues from Safaricom here. How many of you use the Safaricom app? You know about the Safaricom app, right? Okay. So a few years back, when there was a challenge, some people realized that when you do things like M-Pesa transactions, it was very difficult to develop a statement, right? So, and then they created an application that was able to summarize. It would get from your SMSs that when you do, for example, an M-Pesa transaction, you get an SMS. The application would get all the M-Pesa SMSs and then develop a statement. Show you, for example, how much have you sent on M-Pesa in a particular month, who is the person who you've sent the most M-Pesa, how much has it cost you, and so on and so forth. Well, long story short, that application that was developed it was out of a hackathon, a short event, that was bought by Safaricom. Okay. Over the years, they have obviously improved it to what you are downloading today as your M-Pesa app. Okay. The idea I'm trying to share with you here is that you are at a vantage point. You have time, you have ideas, you have got brains, use them, right? You can develop amazing applications, opportunities that will become something in the few years, right? As you and society deals with things to do with unemployment and youth engagement and so on, that should not be a problem for you here. You are the best of society, right? There are many more. You are the ones who should be developing the solutions for the rest of those that did not make it to university, like yourselves. Are we clear on that? So the challenge is to you. You who are in the university, you are the ones that need to come up with a solution. And I'm saying this out of humility, not saying I'm trying to challenge you that you need to have solutions. Okay, anyway, the reason why I bring this conversation is because, when you talk about corporate social responsibility, let's appreciate that we are at a time where there's a lot of urgency. There are some things that are in society that are right now are grappling, and we need to address them very quickly. We've all talked about the youth unemployment. Yes, in Africa, we talk about the youth demographic, which can be a dividend. Some people say it can be a curse in a way, but it depends on how we look at it and what we do about it. We talk about things like climate change and also the impact of that, again, affecting us heavily. Yes, we can sit there and talk about it, but what are we doing about it? I think that's a bigger question. And we have the necessary intellect, we have the brains. What we need to do is then come up with solutions for that. And that's why I started off by reflecting, I spent a weekend with individuals like yourselves who are spending the whole weekend. So it was very little sleeping, but the idea was that they are trying to come up with solutions. So what we need to do is to spend time to develop solutions to these challenges that we face. Let's forget about, we need to change our mindset and remove the idea of just sitting on the sidelines and complaining, right? You know, the best footballers are in the stands, right? You guys watch football, everybody who's on the stands is, come on, how did that guy miss that? How I could have done better than that. Yes, but you get in the field and it'll be a different story, right? So let's get in the field and let's play. Let's not just spend time on the sidelines, speaking about it. And that's the challenge I'm trying to pose to you during this time when I have a few remarks to make. So DVC mentioned a lot of interesting ideas around AI, right? And I'm really glad that you talked about artificial intelligence because as IBM, this is something that we are keen. I mean, we are at the forefront of developing AI. Our business right now is focused on artificial intelligence because that is what is key at the moment. I hope it is not just talk. I hope we do something about it. You've got a team of students. I had this meeting has been convened by IT department. Let's lead from the front, IT department, and develop those AI solutions because now you can do it. I hear everybody talking about ChatGPT. We're doing ChatGPT. Where is KCA's equivalent? That's what I would like to see. That you're developing your own generative AI solution. And you can do that, right? If you looked at the announcement last week, IBM launched something called Granite. Granite is a large language model, and you can develop your equivalent in-house solution. And what you do is train it to then do whatever it is that you want. So you talked about your processes, you'd like to automate the process and so on. So train it. Install it, you've got the IT department, and this is a challenge again I throw at the IT department. Get a team together that will actually actualize this. So let it not just be a discussion that next year we're coming here, but next year we are showcasing and showing other universities that, look, we've automated our functions, it's AI enabled and so on and so forth, right? So, doing something about it and put a team together, put a time frame and crush it. That's the same thing. The hackathon, the idea is we're this weekend coming, we're not sleeping, no one is going anywhere, we're going to be here. At the end of it, we look at the solutions. And that's how a lot of the solutions that I was just mentioning to you come about. It's just a matter of making determination and doing that. So, and what I wanted to share here, so this idea of digital skilling, the landscape is changing very rapidly. Artificial intelligence, yes, is great and good, but what's happening? This space is changing very fast. It's almost every other week. I think you mentioned there are some other players in the space, right, who are also present here. They will tell you this space is changing very rapidly. Almost on a weekly basis, we have new announcements. IBM launched this, another is launching the other thing, and so on and so forth. The space is changing very fast. How do you keep up? You've got to be skilling continuously. And that's what we are doing through our CSR. So I will now go to the formal presentation. So from IBM, I lead our corporate social investment unit. And for IBM, CSR is basically three things. And this is the priority area that we thought we'd focus on. One is on education workforce development. Second is on volunteerism and corporate giving. And I'll talk about that. And then the third piece is what we call a sustainability accelerator. So we provide grants to organizations that are doing work around climate change. So these are the three areas that we focus on, and a lot of them technology enabled. So this discussion will look at the education workforce development, which is what we do, digital skilling. Being a technology company, we are at the forefront of innovating these technologies. But we're not going to use them if we do not have an enabled society. So this is why we want to make sure that we're enabling individuals and collaborating together with faculty to enhance these technologies. Okay, so hopefully it is moving. So a little bit about IBM. I'd be remiss if I did not mention who IBM is. I'm not sure if some of you know about IBM, especially the younger individuals in the room. So IBM is a technology company. We're a global technology company, 113 years this past June. I think it was Mr. Laibon who was mentioning, before IBM was known for the PCs, right? So you'd go around and you see IBM PCs. Maybe in some places you might still see them. But 20 years ago, we sold that business to Lenovo. So you might see some colleagues with Lenovo, ThinkPad, Think Towers, whatever. That was an IBM business we sold. Right now, the focus for IBM is on hybrid cloud. So we are big in the space of cloud computing, but not just cloud, not just IBM cloud. We now realize that a lot of companies use multi-cloud. So you've got some applications running on one cloud environment, another running on another cloud environment. And in some situations, some industries, because of the regulation, it requires you to host or run some applications locally on premises. But how do you bring all this infrastructure to work together? So we bring in a layer called OpenShift. OpenShift is a virtualization environment, and we then bring all this. So that's what we call hybrid cloud, because the reality is that no single company runs everything on a one particular cloud. You've even seen the news, some cloud services have gone down, right? And when that happens, there's chaos everywhere, right? So multi-cloud, and that's what we do. We provide that OpenShift environment. The other key focus of IBM right now is on artificial intelligence. I talked about generative AI. How many are familiar with generative AI? Is it only 2 people? Oh no, this is a problem, huh? This is a problem. So generative AI, so tools like ChatGPT, if I say ChatGPT, does that resonate a bit better? Okay, so that's a generative AI tool. And that is used by the market. Because we are a business-to-business company, meaning that we sell our technology to other companies, maybe that is why you're not familiar with our generative AI tools. So Watson X is IBM's generative AI solution, and we sell that to companies to automate their processes, their functions, like what DVC was saying. So for a lot of companies, services like HR, even code generation, we use Watson X to automate those kind of applications. And then the final piece is what is called quantum computing. So quantum is a new architecture for computing that we are working heavily on because of the demands of technology like artificial intelligence. Data is being generated at a massive scale. We need a new computing architecture that would allow us to process this data to give us this computing power to run these kinds of technologies. And that's what we're doing. We're focusing on quantum computing. And that chart that I was just putting there, for those of you who are IT students, if you've looked at the advancement of technology over the years, from when you had the first computer system, some of you might learn about Mark 1 in your 101 class of IT and so on. IBM was at the forefront of that. And so we're in the space of innovating in technology and many more that you'll see there. Okay, so now you know who IBM is, right? Here in Kenya, we have a research center, so one of 14 centers globally. So here in Kenya, we're privileged to have that, and let's leverage on that. Actually, one of your students had been an intern at the research center until recently, right? So, and I hope we'll have more students from KCA coming in to the research department. And this research team is part of the global research team that is innovating. All these advancements, all these milestones in computing are actually done by our research team. Okay, so back to the topic at hand. Technology is changing, the jobs are being disrupted. What are we doing to keep up with that? And that this is what our education and workforce development pillar is focusing on. So what we do is provide training, and I'm glad to know that we have a good collaboration with KCA University. We provide training on these new and emerging technologies so that you can keep up with what is happening, what is changing. When you graduate from your academic program, in addition to that, you also have industry recognized certification and training that you can become productive from day one. And don't even wait to graduate. Like I gave you the example of the students who were in your shoes 10 years ago, they innovated while they're on campus, right? So while you're on campus here, use the time to innovate, develop those solutions, get your businesses out there, so that by the time you graduate, it's already flying. use this time to validate and to try out, test out those. So what we are doing through our Skills Build program, so Skills Build is a brand that we have for this education workforce development. We provide you with the tools, so all that computing infrastructure for you to innovate as you're in your university, during your time at university. We provide you with the learning on these new and emerging technologies. So for those 2-3 people, including Professor Nyara, who raised up their hand about generative AI, I hope at the end of this, all of you will be familiar with generative AI, because it is the future. That is where everything is going. And we hope that you can use this while you're on campus. So we're reducing the barriers for you to do that. Everything I share with you today is the same thing my counterpart in Europe, in US, in China is sharing with your counterparts, right? So you have no difference in terms of compute capacity, in terms of environment for computing. The only difference is how far can you stretch your mind, right? So whatever they can do, you can also do. Okay, also trying to share with you some insights from a report this is a very recent report that was released a few months ago, so it was in August, and just talking about the changes in the jobs. Before, I believe it was DVC, you referenced a World Economic Forum report that they put out this report every year about the jobs and how the jobs are changing. A few months ago, maybe a couple of years back, people would talk about, the jobs are going to be disrupted are those jobs that are outside the IT space. But now with generative AI technologies, even within the technology space, that is being disrupted heavily. I talked about Watson X being used for code generation, right? So even the coders, now we've got these generative AI tools that are writing the code for you for some of this application. So even those jobs that we saw were previously immune to this change, now are being disrupted. Okay, so invite you to go online. This is a report that was carried out by a lot of players, including IBM in the IT space. So maybe it's too small to see in the picture there, but you've got a lot of the key players in the technology space who actually were behind this report. One slide I just want to share, one highlight I want to pick up from the report. In addition to the hardcore technology skills that are being focused on, there's a lot of new emphasis on soft skills as well, which are beginning to show a lot of prominence in terms of the skills that are required in going forward. In the AI space, you've got things like ethics and responsible use of artificial intelligence. So as much as AI is a very powerful technology that you can use for good, guess what? Some people are also using it for the wrong reasons, right? So this discussion around, and you see it in the technology space, people discussing about ethical use of AI, responsible use of AI, is something that is becoming increasingly important. AI literacy, and this is why we do a lot of work. Possibly some of you have received some invitations for some online trainings on AI fundamentals, even just on generative AI, what I asked you. So just that literacy is something that is important. Prompt engineering and so on, large language models, okay? We're all using ChatGPT, but I'm challenging you, can we use our own? Because you see what happens is that in some of these AI technologies, they have built-in biases. You guys, are you understanding what bias is in the technology? To give an example, some people would say that if we implement an AI solution, if during the pandemic, I think this was very clear, some simple things like, when you went to remember some of these cameras that would look at you and then give you some response that maybe they could based on your features, they could determine, something about you, whether you've got a certain temperature and so on and so forth. Early days, what was happening, because it was not used to having African faces, it's not giving you a response, right? Okay, because why? It has been trained on faces that are not African, right? So the same thing with these AI technologies. They're using models that are trained on data that is not context aware. So you're running models that are using data that is foreign. So when some responses, maybe it's not exactly accurate as you expect it. So the challenge again to you, can we develop our own models that are trained on our own data? And that, if you think about it, there's a lot of work to be done. So again, challenge back to you. Let's develop those data sets. Let's develop those models that are trained and based on local data. So let's not just be users of the chat GPTs and so on. Develop our own local data sets and language models that are trained on our own information, right? One item I just picked from this report over here, and I think this is an important element. As academic institutions, let us collaborate closely because this space is changing very fast. Yes, in the academic system, you've got to take the curricula. You, as faculty members, you might want to introduce a new course, and we've participated in curriculum review here at KCA, which is great, but it takes a whole series of steps. It has to be reviewed internally, it has to go through Senate approval, it has to go to CUE. By the time that whole cycle finishes, guess what? The person who was in first year, I think they may have graduated already by the time the curriculum is approved. So did it benefit them? Has the technology and the environment changed? Very fast, right? So let us collaborate as industry and academia to make sure that we make this available. We're not trying to change the curriculum, or what we're saying is we have some offering that we can use, that you can use to complement what you're training your learners and your students, so that as they go through, they are exposed to the latest or what's happening in the industry. Okay? And that's what we are doing through our Skills Build program. Okay, so very quickly, IBM Skills Build is our umbrella brand for our offering. For you guys, our academia program, so we have a lot of content that is targeting universities. The colleagues at the back, excuse me, the gentleman at the back, you had something to share? Okay, you've been discussing a lot. So just give us a few minutes, we'll finish, yeah? So through Skills Build, we have a lot of offering that we share with you students, with faculty, to help you or that you can use to do your innovation, to do your learning, and to do your research as well. And this is made available at no charge to all of you, as long as you're a student at or a member at KCA University, for you to use, for this kind of activities. So my call is utilize this to improve yourself, utilize it to make sure that you are innovating and developing solutions. The content there is not just for IT or technology related, it's all across. So if you're looking at what we call workforce readiness skills, we have got content around that is very relevant and useful for you. Content around entrepreneurship, content around sustainability, all that is available on Skills Build. And a very important one, especially if you're going to be innovating, the biggest thing for innovation, I say, is mindset. Yeah, you can have the technical skills, you can have the equipment, but if you don't have the mindset for innovating, then unfortunately I see that as a big challenge. And what do I mean by mindset? Is to develop solutions that address a problem, and you've developed a solution for someone who is in need, right? So we advocate on a program called Design Thinking. So that's again available here. If you're doing innovation, I would encourage you to go through design thinking so that you can develop that mindset on developing solutions when you see any challenge or any problem around that. Okay. Some of the modules, the Skills Build platform has got a huge portfolio of content, from IT to leadership, sustainability, and so on. So to give you a sense of some of the modules, we've categorized the content of Skills Build by way of job roles. So if you're looking to train on, let's say, to become a project manager, to be an IT support engineer, to be an AI analyst, or whatever it is, we have curated content. That means a combination of modules that you could then skill yourself up for that. If you're looking for a technology area that you're looking to train on, again, we've put content around that as well. If you're looking at ways of working, if you have a topic in mind that you'd like to skill yourself on, again, you could also pick it up there and also begin learning on that. It's self-paced, it's self-learning, so you take the learning at your own pace whenever you have the time. Behind the learning, there is a certificate. So if you complete those modules, complete the test successfully, the pass mark is 80%, you get the certificate for that, which you can then utilize for whatever purpose you wish. Okay? So all this is available at no charge to all of you. Like I said, I'm just throwing back the challenge to you. Everything is now available to you. What you do with it is now completely up to you. These are some of the digital credentials that are also given for that. So if you get this, if people are looking for online work opportunities, these are what you can use to bid for those jobs, just to show that you've got that skill behind it, and so on and so forth. For the faculty members, I was also teaching before. There are some things which, in this day and age, we should not be teaching. Okay, and especially to, the best of society, right? Remember, we have that at the back of my mind. Some things we should not be teaching. And there's some things which anyone who is in university needs to know. This is like an assumed, the same way that I think now all of you give assignments. Nobody teaches you how to do word processing, right? You figure it out. And when you're told, first year, first semester, submit this assignment, typed, printed, whatever it is, nobody wants to know how you got that done. So the same thing. There's some knowledge that it should be assumed when you get into university, and I'm advocating this heavily. Cybersecurity fundamentals, we're all being encouraged to go digital, right? And all of us, I'm sure, have received the SMS of, no, tuma pesa kwa hii number. Yeah? So these are scams that are going on. So cybersecurity fundamentals or basics is something that we should all know and not be teaching that. Everybody should just go online and take a module around that. AI, it's something that is becoming increasingly impacting us. But what is AI? If you are at the university and you cannot articulate that, what is AI, how can it be applied in different areas, then I think you've missed the point, right? Because remember, I are the best, and I'm trying to hold you to that position. So if others come to you and ask you, what is all this artificial intelligence I'm hearing about, and you cannot guide them, you cannot articulate that, then I think we've missed the point, right? So for academia, from IBM, I think I'm just repeating, we give you access to a lot of technologies. You've got access to cloud. If you're looking to innovate, the cloud environment is there. So those barriers, which a few years ago were very high, you need storage space, you need hosting space, you need services, AI, and so on and so forth, that is gone. As long as you're a student at KCA, what can you do? It's there for you to use, right? And then other things that we also do through the department. So like I mentioned, we offer curriculum support, and we've worked with a number of your professors to support that. So challenge to you, if you're not uncomfortable yet, then something is wrong. If you don't feel challenged to go out there and do something, something is wrong, okay? And I think the problem, I always say, start with myself. Am I doing my part, right? And then if you are not, then don't complain. If you've done your part, and then you've got reason to complain about it. This is a SkillsBuild interface. Go in there, skillsbuild.org. At the top right corner there, you've got sign up. And you've got access to all that I've mentioned and more. So my call to action is continuous learning, and go ahead and start using all these resources we make available to you. For the few that, okay, maybe the many that did not raise their hands, if you don't know about generative AI, okay, don't say I did not leave you with something. If you have your phone, or if you want to take note of this URL, this is a quick course about generative AI. I'm not talking about AI, I'm talking about now generative AI, which is now even a step further, right? So if you want to take a picture of that QR code, I saw before there was a lot of QR codes being shared. So take a photo of that QR code, go ahead, create an account. So if you just move the screen to show QR code, yeah, if you just scan that QR code, it's going to take you straight to that module on skills, and take an hour to learn about what is generative AI. And that will be the first steps in terms learning about generative AI, right? Okay. So with that, I think I will end there, and thank you for your attention.
You are too mean with the clap. May I just request that we do it the professional way? Initially, we used to have the Nyayo way, but let us warm up. Kindly let us warm up. Thank you very much, John Matogo from IBM Africa. You have given us great talk on the innovations. We want to warm up and then clap for our guest keynote speaker, Mezia. Kindly, Mezia, you know the strength. If I say drop 3 times, drop, again. Thank you very much. That is the Nyayo way. We used to do it that way. For those of you who were not here during the Nyayo era, that is how we used to clap for our guests in various institutions. So I would like to thank you very much, John Matogo from IBM Africa. I think, and Middle East, you double up that. Thank you for the great move that you have taken and the speech that you have given us on this Honorable Innovation Industry Summit 2024. We are so much privileged for the talk that you have given us. I strongly believe that you can take the QR code, those of you who have not taken, and then follow up the link and then see where it takes you to. So the industry is diverse, innovation is diverse. We expect that we shall be able to use whatever you have given us to better our world. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Gabriel Mnene to grace a short award session for our key guest, keynote speaker.
Okay, thank you, MC. But I was hoping before we gift our guest whether we can take some 2 or 3 questions. Personally, I had 2 questions. And the first one I wanted to ask is whether it's possible from where you sit to develop a generative AI model that is absolutely free of bias, because these AI models are developed by humans, and you know, all humans have got the intrinsic biases. So at some point you'll find that every model has got some extent of lies to it, or things that are simply not true, or are held true by the developers, but maybe they are not, because it just whatever is in there is based on the training data. And also, I wanted to ask whether there are some IBM AI tools that we can use at the consumer level, given that IBM is a B2B firm. And finally, it's a compliment to your presentation. And I want to state that personally I'll be taking advantage of the university guest lectures offer. I teach 2 masters class and a PhD class. So having IBM guest lecturers, I know it can really enhance the learning of my students. So MC, maybe you can take some few and then we gift him and we wrap up this session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tom Matoko, John Matoko, for the wonderful presentation. I was just wondering whether we can have an IBM lab here at KCA University. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. John, for the presentation. Good stuff on that. To begin with, yeah, it's good that you're also in the generative space and also in the blockchain space, because I've interacted with the Hyperledger Fabric from your end, and you guys are supporting that heavily on the aspect of OpenShift. I have a question pertaining to startups. So in the event that a startup maybe is building in the space of around AI as well as blockchain, do you offer maybe a certain accelerator benefits or such? And if that's the case, how does a person apply for the same? And if the application maybe reaches you guys, what is the average response time for the same? Yeah, thank you.
Good morning. I think I have a sample of generative AI. So I thought that I could share with the founder of IBM for a little while so that we can see how we can go.
I will now invite a keynote speaker to address the questions raised.
Thanks for the. So I'll do my best to try and respond to those that have been shared. So for the first round, can it be free of bias? Yeah, I think you rightfully said that it will respond based on the data it has available to it. So I think the more information you can provide it with, the less chance of bias in that, and also how the model has been developed. From IBM, what we are keen on is that the generative AI tools are auditable, right? If you do a search on some tools and then you get some response, you don't know where that data came from, where that response came from. Some of it could be false, etc. So you don't know where it came from. Because we are a B2B company, our AI technology is based on very specific data that you provide it with. So for example, if a company is utilizing Watson X for its own business, if the employees are using that to carry out their business, they'll make decisions based on that data, right? And we obviously then cannot have that data coming from unknown sources for them to make that decision. So what we try and do is have sort of controlled data that model is then going to use to give you certain responses, right? So in that way, we try and reduce the bias that you're referring to. What I would say is then, as much as possible, feed it with the right data that it's then going to utilize to come up with any responses for you. IBM AI tools at the consumer level. So for those of you who get to use IBM Cloud, if you create an account on IBM Cloud, we provide access to a number of services, AI services that you can utilize for your own solutions. I mentioned we provide the Granite model that you can then download. We made it available in an open source mode, right? So meaning that you can download Granite, IBM Granite, and use it, for example, like what the DVC was talking about. You can then use KCA specific data because you know your processes, you know, etc. You can then use it to train that model and apply it for KCA specific purposes. So you've got it available to you and you can utilize it. If you want to use Granite in a healthcare environment or agriculture, whatever it is, you basically get the model, get the data that you would like to train it on, and then begin utilizing it. So that's another application. For the guest lectures, by all means, I welcome that. So the guest, we have a team of IBMers. Remember I mentioned volunteering is also one of our focus on CSR. So when we receive a request, for example, if you would like an IBMer to come in as a guest lecturer, what we do is then share this opportunity with other IBMers. So those who are, let's say, experts or subject matter experts on that particular topic can then raise their hands and say, okay, I'm available to talk about this particular topic. And then what we then do is find a convenient time for both you and the guest lecturer, and then deliver that session. Okay, most of the time we do it online, so it's possible to deliver that. The IBM lab at KCA, so some of these decisions are made at a higher level that I cannot say yes or no. Remember, I told you this is one of 14 labs globally, so these are decisions that are made at IBM corporate level. I am not able to say that. But what I'll say is, don't think about an IBM, because the IBM lab is very specific to IBM. So those technologies, whatever is done in the lab is for IBM. Remember I showed you the chart? Those are innovations for IBM company. What I would say, you could set up your own quote unquote lab on campus. What does a lab basically mean? You've got a focus that you're going to be working on. So if you decide our focus is going to be on AI, or it's going to be on cloud, or it's going to be on data analytics, that's going to be the focus area, okay? So you've got one, a focus. Two is you've got resources that are dedicated to that. That means you get a group of individuals, whether it is faculty, students, that they will 100% focus on doing work on that. So they will dedicate themselves to learning the latest and the best on that particular topic that you're focusing on. They will develop deep knowledge and expertise in that particular space, right? So if you're going to be analytics, when anyone mentions data analytics in that ecosystem, in that society, they should think about your lab, that group of individuals, as the first reference point. That's what a lab basically means. So I would advocate and say, go ahead and develop that lab. You don't need too much for that to happen. As long as you've got, let's say, the approval or the support from your management, and you just take time to focus on, right? Remember, all this is available to you. All this information, knowledge is available to you. It's now you to commit yourself to focus on that and begin developing solutions to that. And let me tell you, when that happens, if you develop that kind of deep knowledge, deep skills, you begin attracting other people who want that kind of knowledge, that kind of skill. Because you realize if you are knowledgeable in that kind of space, and not just high level, I'm talking about deep knowledge, right? People start gravitating around you because they want to know what are you investigating. Even international, people want to see, you get invited to conferences, you talk about what you're doing, you start writing research papers and so on and so forth. Companies now want to interact with you and to see how can we apply or consult with you to help us, address whatever challenge, because now you've developed this center of gravity that has got this expertise. Okay, and we're in an age where if you've got that capability, those skills, you'll be in high demand, I can tell you. But you've got to go deep, you've got to be focused, and that's what I would say for that for the lab. In terms of the accelerator for startups, we do have a program that supports startups, but we only go as far as providing you with extra credits for you to utilize the IBM cloud. So if you go to online and just search for IBM startup, then you can check out how you can register in that particular program. It's not run locally from here, but if you register on that, you can then find how they will connect with you. The colleague who mentioned the sample generative AI solution, it would be interesting to see what you're doing. Okay, that's great. And then, what I would say is apply it. I think you've already got one use case here. DVC mentioned that she would like to start utilizing AI. So don't go too far. Start from home. Here is where, if you start applying it elsewhere, you get into complicated agreements, data, and so on and so forth. But start at home here. You're a student at the university, so the university can be the first place where you can try it out. So I would recommend connect with your DVC as soon as possible, and that can be your first, let's say, test case for your solution. Okay? Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much, Tom. So I will invite our Deputy Vice Usiende, our DVC, to gift our keynote speaker today, our DVC FPD, and alongside with the DVC Rio. Here. Oh, in front of the banner. Okay, fair enough. So, Doc, come with the gift. That's better. Okay. There's some other banners here. Okay. Thanks, John. Well done.
Sorry. Yeah.
Thanks, John. So keep in touch. Yes.
Coming up with a solution.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you'll be hearing.
Yeah.
Right. Anytime. You know me, whenever I can, I always.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Gabriel Mnene, for gracing that occasion. Members, now we are back. And I would like to request that the next events are going to be very informative, very active, sessions of learning. Now we shall be heading to the exhibition tours. But students, I would like you to remain behind. Shortly, someone is going to address you. Kindly don't go away, as visitors will be heading to the exhibition. You will be able to come back for later. There is tea and there is lunch. Sawa sawa. So don't go away, okay? So kindly you remain behind as the visitors will be heading for exhibitions. Now, this is the direction. Dr. Rotich Abraham will be able to guide us in various exhibition points. You kindly stop over at each exhibition and see what is there. If you have questions, feel free to interact with the exhibitors and you will learn much. Thank you very much.
I'm Dr. Lucy Waruguru from KCA University, and I'm the Dean of Research, Innovation and Outreach. The 2024 Innovation Week and Industry Summit is anchored under the theme Research to Market, Innovate, Commercialize, Transform. This theme is designed to help us to bridge the gap between academia, research, and the needs of the market. And the event that we have is going to be running from the 28th to the 31st of October 2024. And it's packed with a lot of interactive sessions, insightful keynotes, and hands-on exhibitions. We will have startups, industry experts, and they're going to be connecting innovators and thought leaders. So please get ready for these exciting innovations, the panel discussions. We are also going to have master classes from experts in the different areas of the industries and sectors. And we're going to also have a wide variety of technologies, business ideas, and also creative arts. But our focus remains turning innovations into impactful products. We'll have delegates that will share the insights on how we can commercialize research and also how we can drive transformation. And the students will also take the spotlight by presenting their innovations and also connecting the industry players so that they can be able to turn their products into marketable solutions. So please join us so that together we can be able to explore, to learn, and also to inspire a brighter and more innovative future, because together we can innovate, commercialize, and transform the world. Welcome to KCA University.
So to start with the inspiration, I guess I will tell you the story of Alex. Alex is a 47-year-old teacher at Kariobangi High School, and he lives alone. But something about Alex is that he is blind. He has to walk himself to school and back every single day. And the problem for those who know Kariobangi, it's a very crowded area. And every day he goes to school and back, he ends up having a lot of conflicts. He hits people with his walking stick, he steps on people's products, which brings a lot of complications, a lot of quarrels. And generally, something else about Alex is that he loves traveling, he loves music, and he loves reading as well.
This project, the Project Enabled, focuses on helping people like Alex with visual impairment and low vision focus of blind people in providing a description of what the world is to them. So our project provides a solution through smart glasses, which gives you a description of your environment, which helps you navigate from one place to another, recognize objects, and even simple tasks such as reading.
So basically the glasses are AI enabled. We use an AI model that we've tried to train from scratch. And basically the glasses are voice controlled. So the user can prompt it, can ask it, for example, what am I holding? And the glasses taking that voice command, inferences it with the AI engine, and then gives you, say, a description of whatever you want. So you're saying, take me to Roysambu. It gets that voice command and then gives you what you want.
So KCA has provided an incubation center to help people who have innovations such as Project Enabled to come out and get support from them through exposure. You get taken to places such as expos through the KCA name, and with that you can present your idea. You can get more clients, you can get other investors through the incubation center at KCA.
Yeah, something else that I would like to mention that KCA has helped us with is connecting us with students from different schools, say the School of Technology, School of Arts, and School of Education. So basically, if you're a techie, if you're someone who is deep into technology, the school or the incubation center here at KCA will connect you with students in business to help you give a better go-to-market strategy and pricing as well. Our collaboration has been basically okay for the most part. We are both passionate about what we do, passionate about technology, And we had a background in IoT. So we came together, we met at the Innovation Hub, and we were friends before as well. And for the most part, it has been smooth.
The most significant challenge that we have faced so far is getting funding for our projects. So take the example of our smart classes. We have to embed small cameras on it, but given the resources, it's not that easy to come up with that money.
One of the biggest things I think that was a happy moment for me was seeing an actual blind user using our prototype. It is not a product, they're using prototype and they're so happy, and they're saying if this gets into the market, we're going to buy it immediately. I think that was something that brought life to the project. Yeah. Our project is there, we're going to be there, and there are a lot of other cool projects, but our project is pretty cool. Come, test it, give us your feedback, we're going to be there.
Our project is about the FarmWise, where it's smart automation for the poultry farmers, where we use the IoT and the embedded sensors, where we're able to control their temperature, the humidity and the light using our smart automation system. The inspiration was, if I may tell you a short story, we have met farmers who are constantly complaining about how their chicks end up dying in the day 1 to day 30, and they end up getting the loss instead of profiting from the business in the poultry sector. We are using the IoT, the embedded systems, where they are able to sense their temperatures. They're able to give them the constant temperatures, the constant light, and the constant humidity that the chicks require. The university has been at the forefront in making sure that the prototypes that we are able to come up with, they are able to run and give us the logistics as to where we should go for the site visits, and when we will go and how we will get there. So they have been at the forefront in giving us the support in terms of the logistics and the prototype. Okay, it has been a challenge, if I may say, because we have been balancing in terms of class, because on this other hand we have cards and assignments, where we also have to attend the classes and the presentations in class, but we have been looking around for some time where we can be able to find time and come and do our projects in the Innovation Hub in KCA University. The most rewarding part is seeing farmers, for the most site visits that we have gone, most farmers had given up on the poultry farm. They had started now embracing other things besides poultry. But when we came, we saw that they were happy to see us, that we have come with the solutions that they were hard for them. Like for instance, most of them were using the infrared bulbs, and they were using the GCOs. If contextualize this, using infrared, it leads to high maintenance, and it costs the farmer a lot of money. And for the people who use the GCOs, they tend to burn the chicks, and the carbon emissions tend to be high. So as for us, we came with the solutions where we had only a room heater, and a fan. Now we had to give them now how it works and how it will work for them, and will increase their in terms of their marketing and in terms of their profitability. So we have reduced their losses, increased their profitability. The biggest challenge that we are facing right now is people haven't quite conceptualized this. We are trying to get away with the infrared and the GCOs. For us, we have the sensors that are IoT. There are IoT sensors where they're embedded into the systems of the chicken brooders and the poultry farm, the structures. I'm welcoming you to the Innovation Week. I'll be showcasing our prototype.
My name is Professor Vincent Onywera. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Research, Innovation and Outreach at KCA University. I would like to join our VC and CEO, Professor Isaiah I.C. Wakindiki, and the entire University Senate and the KCA University community in welcoming you to the 3rd KCA University Innovation Week and Industry Summit. The theme of this event is From Research to Market: Innovate, Commercialize, and Transform. We are very, very excited that by next week we'll be hosting innovators, content creators, researchers, industry players, partners, and collaborators in celebrating our research and innovation output. This event is very close to the heart of KCA University because it responds to Kenya Vision 2030, to the Africa Agenda 2063, Agenda for Change, and then it dovetails into the UN Sustainable Development Goals through research, through innovation, partnership, and collaboration. We look forward to supporting our innovators and content creators to be able to commercialize their ideas, to create jobs, to impact community, to impact society, to create wealth, and ensure a sustainable future, a sustainable community, a sustainable continent, and a sustainable world. I therefore want to welcome you to KCA University 3rd Innovation Week and Industry Summit. See you there.
I'm Dr. Lucy Waruguru from KCA University, and I'm the Dean of Research, Innovation and Outreach. The 2024 Innovation Week and Industry Summit is anchored under the theme, Research to Market, Innovate, Commercialize, Transform. This theme is designed to help us to bridge the gap between academia, research, and the needs of the market. And the event that we have is going to be running from the 28th to the 31st of October 2024. And it's packed with a lot of interactive sessions, insightful keynotes, and hands-on exhibitions. We will have startups, industry experts, and they're going to be connecting innovators and thought leaders. So please get ready for these exciting innovations, the panel discussions. We are also going to have master classes from experts in the different areas of the industries and sectors. And we're going to also have a wide variety of technologies, business ideas, and also creative arts. But our focus remains turning innovations into impactful products. We'll have delegates that will share the insights on how we can commercialize research and also how we can drive transformation. And the students will also take the spotlight by presenting their innovations and also connecting the industry players so that they can be able to turn their products into marketable solutions. So please join us so that together we can be able to explore, to learn, and also to inspire a brighter and more innovative future, because together we can innovate, commercialize, and transform the world. Welcome to KCA University.
So to start with the inspiration, I guess I will tell you the story of Alex. Alex is a 47-year-old teacher at Kariobangi High School, and he lives alone. But something about Alex is that he is blind. He has to walk himself to school and back every single day. And the problem for those who know Kariobangi, it's a very crowded area. And every day he goes to school and back, he ends up having a lot of conflicts. He hits people with his walking stick, he steps on people's products, which brings a lot of complications, a lot of quarrels. And generally, something else about Alex is that he loves traveling, he loves music, and he loves reading as well.
This project, the project Innovate, focuses on helping people like Alex with visual impairment and low vision focus of blind people in providing a description of what the world is to them. So our project provides a solution through smart glasses, which gives you a description of your environment, which helps you navigate from one place to another, recognize objects, and even simple tasks such as reading.
So basically the glasses are AI enabled. We use an AI model that we've tried to train from scratch. And basically the glasses are voice controlled. So the user can prompt it, can ask it, for example, what am I holding? And the glasses take in that voice command, inferences it with the AI engine, and then gives you, say, a description of whatever you want. So you're saying, take me to Roysambu. It gets that voice command and then gives you what you want.
So KCA has provided an incubation center to help people who have innovations such as Project Innovate to come out and get support from them through exposure. You get taken to places such as expos through the KCA name, and with that you can present your idea. You can get more clients, you can get other investors through the incubation center at KCA.
Yeah, something else that I would like to mention that KCA has helped us with is connecting us with students from different schools, say the School of Technology, School of Arts, and School of Education. So basically, if
matter experts and also facts or data sets. And that is very, very important. Now, there's been a lot of these products or services were developed based on, I'll say, gut feelings, intuitions, and so on and so forth, without incorporating or integrating data sets or let's say facts or findings into decision making. So let's first look at innovation, right? Innovation, I'm sure this is not a new word to all of you here. Right? Innovation is very broad. But when you talk of innovation, what comes to mind when you hear the word innovation? You can turn on a microphone, or you can raise up your hand. What comes to mind when you hear the word innovation? Yeah, you're welcome to turn on your mic. Right? You can raise up your hand and you can answer this. Well, okay, so I asked this question in one of my lectures. Then the students mentioned that innovation, when you hear the word innovation, what comes to mind is Elon Musk. I'm like, interesting. Another student also mentioned that what comes to mind is Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Jack Ma, and all these guys. I was like, yes, that's true. Because all these guys that you've mentioned, they are what? Sparking innovation. They are full innovation, right? They are coming up with new products, new services, or new processes in doing things. So there are people behind innovation. There are people behind the new robots developed by Tesla, the new robot taxi developed by Tesla. There are people behind platforms creation. There are people behind. Now, the fact that there are people behind doesn't mean that these people they just introduce or come up with innovations, new products or services based on gut feelings. No, it's based on data set or facts. Okay, so when you hear the word innovation, I mean you can think of new products, new services, tap into opportunities. I mean, it could be Elon Musk because this guy is, I mean, he's all over the place, sparking innovation, coming up with new products, new services, and new ways of doing things. Right. So, to give you um, a better definition of innovation, you can say innovation involves creating new ideas, processes, or products that brings or bring added value or solve existing problems. And that should be innovation. So you can see that innovation should add value. It should add value. So anything that does not add value cannot be classified as innovation, right? Um, Now, innovation comes with decision making, as I said. To have a sustainable innovation, sustainable products, new services, new processes in doing things, then there's a need for it to make informed decision. And this informed decision is based on data sets. Now, it's not just based on data sets, but how can you effectively, efficiently collect the right data sets, clean the data sets, analyze the data sets, visualize, and then make informed decision. Now, informed decision doesn't stop there. You need to take action, right? So without this process, without data analytics or data science, trust me, there can never be sustainable innovation. And I don't stand to be corrected, right? So in most cases, to make decision, you need subject matter experts, people who are knowledgeable in the field. Okay, so if it has to do with, let's say, healthcare, now you have data findings about, let's say, disease outbreak. You have data findings about, let's say, new vaccines, new medications, and so on and so forth. Now, how to administer the vaccines or these new medications, you need a healthcare expert to read into the data findings so that you can make informed decision. Even the idea to develop new medications, new vaccines, come up with new hospital technologies, you need the subject matter experts in here. Now, the subject matter experts might not be a data scientist or a data analyst, but they have vast amount of knowledge. They are very knowledgeable in their field. And whatever report or findings that you give to these subject matter experts, they should be able to read in between the lines. They should be able to interpret your findings so that they can make strategic recommendations. Now, if a subject matter expert, okay, or a domain knowledge expert is not able to interpret your data findings, then there is an issue. There's an issue with your data analytics process. In this case, we don't have to make any decisions based on your data findings. Okay, so this is a brief definition of innovation, linking this with data analytics. Now, let's look at data-driven innovation, right? Now, this will give us a broad, or I'll say, a very good picture of data-driven innovation. Now, we use data to make decisions, as I said, right? So, uh, come up with new services, new processes, new products, new technologies, right? Businesses invest huge amount of money in all these processes, like come up with new services, new products, new technologies. They invest huge amount of resources in here, right? Now, what will inform a company to invest in AI or AI technologies, right? To invest in AI technologies, they should know that, okay, now AI technologies will help improve upon our business process, will help improve or increase productivity. And this is what data is telling us, that if we use AI technologies, if we use AI software, it's going to increase productivity by maybe 10%, 15%, 20%, or 30%. Now, based on this fact, senior managers will be able to make firm and formidable decision, right? Without any fear of contradiction, any fear of making mistakes, because this is what data is telling us, right? So it's very, very important that, to create new products, launch new products, new services, to modify your business process, right? Or to revamp your business process, you need to what? Make decisions based on facts or based on data findings. I'll give you layman's example here. I'm sure most of you use Fitband. So when you use Fitband, it's able to record your heartbeats, your cholesterol level, your BP, the number of steps, your sleeping hours, and so on and so forth. Now, these are data sets or information. What do you use this information for? If you have cholesterol level of, let's say, 400, you have BP level of, let's say, 200, what does this mean? It's informing you to take certain actions, right? Now, based on the findings, you will be able to make recommendations as to the kind of food to eat, the number of calories to burn in a day, the number of steps you have to take in a day. Now, we can say that without these data findings, if you make any decisions, it might go against you. Maybe based on reports from the Fitband, based on the BP level, cholesterol level, heartbeats, you're supposed to sleep at least 7 hours a day. However, because you don't have these data findings, okay, you're sleeping 4 hours a day or 3 hours a day. And that will go against you. That will go against your health, and something bad might happen. So you can see how data helps improve on individual as well as business decision making. Okay. Now, businesses or say organizations, they invest in different types of innovation, right? And these are the major types of innovation. That is sustaining innovation. So sustaining innovation basically builds on existing technologies or products to gradually improve performance or quality, right? Before we had 3G, 4G, and 5G, and then next G. right? Now, the decision to invest in 5G, right, or to invest in SG, or even 6G, I mean, it's not cheap to invest in 5G or 6G, right, for companies. Now, why do you have to invest in, let's say, 5G or 6G? Because we know that you need high internet connectivity to increase productivity, right? If you have high internet connection, it's going to increase productivity by this percent, right? So for that reason, you have to what? Invest in that new technology or this new either 5G or 6G or NSG. So you can see where data makes sense here, right? Um, Innovation could also be disruptive, right? That is creating a new market for a new product or services, right? New market or new products for new service. You can see this phone here, Nokia 3310. I'm sure most of you might have used this phone in the past. Personally, I used that back in the days. But it's back in the days, this phone was very popular, right? I mean, texting for making calls. There was nothing like video calls or WhatsApping and stuff like that. Now, the smartphone, I'll say Samsung and Apple, right? They did disrupt the phone market with smartphone. And now these phones are nowhere to be found, right? Now, the decision to introduce new smartphones or new phones came as a result of high internet connections, came as a result of what? Internet of Things, came as a result of businesses getting to know consumers or customers' preference. Now, you'll be surprised to know that during this disruption process, right? I'll say the disruptive mobile phone industry. Some mobile phone companies were not able to catch up. Nokia is one of them, right? Now, Samsung, Apple, they took Nokia, who was the leading mobile telecommunication industry at that time. They took these guys by surprise because these guys were not smart enough. Well, I'll put it, they this way, right? Now, these two telecommunication companies, Apple and Samsung, they were able to leverage on data sets. They were able to leverage on the current environment, understand consumers' preference, and then they're able to introduce new products to disrupt the telecommunication industry, right? Same as e-commerce, right? E-commerce, Alibaba, Amazon, eBay, these guys, they've also disrupted the retail industry. Initially, it was more of brick and mortar stores. I mean, you go to physical locations to buy your clothes, buy your shirts, but now you can purchase most items from online, right? And then we also have incremental innovation. Now, focus on small, gradual changes that improve existing products or processes over time. And Apple is a typical example of a company or firm that leveraged on incremental innovation. So when I say leverage on incremental innovation, now, I mean, we have iPhone. We have different types of iPhones, right? Different types of iPhones. We have iPhone 13 Pro Max, iPhone 14 Pro Max, iPhone 15, iPhone 10, iPhone 9. We have different types of these iPhones. So I can see that anytime Apple launch its products, there's not much difference. Right? They might increase the size of the phone, they might improve on the camera, right? They might add new features to their phones and stuff like that. Now, the decision to what? To add more cameras to their phone, the decision to add more features to their phone is based on customers' preference, what customers want, right? So they collect customers' information, or let's say customers' feedback about their product, and then they integrate customers' preference or feedback into their new product. Now you can see that Apple and Samsung, anytime Apple launched its phone or its product, within few months, Samsung will also launch similar or the same product, right? So it's basically using data sets to what? To come up with new products or to improve upon existing products or services. And this is based on customer preference, not only customers, but what competitors are doing. Now, Samsung will wait when Apple launch its iPhone, then they can also benchmark some of the features, and then they also launch their smartphone. And this has been happening for the past, I'll say, 10 years now, right? So data is very, very important to help businesses sustain their business processes, to stay competitive, as well as meeting customers' demand, and so on and so forth. Now, the last major type of innovation here is radical innovation, right? So radical innovation, basically coming up with new products or services that I'll say disrupt the entire industry, right? Or coming up with a new product that represents breakthrough that drastically alter industries. That alter industries. So I'm sure most of you might have in the past watched movies from home. Back in the days, I was born in Ghana, in Accra. In Ghana, we usually go to video centers to rent cassettes. So you go rent cassettes. Those days, we were watching Terminator, Rambo, all these movies. There was nothing like online streaming. There was nothing like, CDs. All that you can get is a cassette tape. You go and rent. But Netflix introduced online movie streaming services, and that radically disrupted the whole movie rental industry. Now, I can tell you that it will be very, very difficult for you to find a shop that rents movies, even CDs. To rent CDs, it's very difficult to find a shop that rents CDs now because everything is now online, right? So the decision to come up with new streaming services by Netflix is not just based on intuition or gut feelings, but is based on the current happenings at that time. At that time, there were computers, there were internets, right? People were getting connected online. So Netflix was like, okay, let's leverage on this and come up with something new, right? So during that time, businesses or companies that were not, I would say, smart enough or that were not innovative were not able to catch up. And I stand to be corrected. Netflix is the number one movie streaming industry in the world as I speak to you guys right now. Right? And this is based on the fact that they were able to leverage on data to create something new, to be innovative. Without data sets, this wouldn't have happened. Right? So are there any questions so far? Any questions? Okay. One thing that we also need to understand is that data revolution, okay, innovation is being sparked by the growth in Internet of Things, and social media. Right now, as I said, most businesses they leverage on data sets to make decisions, and I can tell you that currently about 90% of all businesses or big corporations they leverage strongly on data sets to make decisions in terms of producing new products, coming up with new services, modifying their business process, and so on and so forth. So how can they get these data sets? Now, this data set that we are talking about is being generated by individuals, businesses, and even governments, right? So we can say that the increase in internet now, most countries are connected online, right? Most countries, even developing countries, less developed countries, most of them are connected online. And Internet of Things Think of any device that's connected online. It could be your smartphone, your Fitband, it could be your smartwatch, your smart fridge, it could be Alexa, it could be Google Home, it could be smart, it could be anything that is connected online, right? And these devices, whatever activities that we perform using these devices, they convert into data sets, right? The Fitband, the Fitband, I mean, keep records of your heartbeats, your cholesterol level, your steps, and so on and so forth. All these activities that you're performing convert into data sets, right? Now, social media platforms. Social media platforms, we are connected on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. Now, the number of hours you spend on TikTok, Instagram, or Facebook is being converted as data. The location in which you log in into your social media platform is converted as data. Now, the likes, the share, or the comments that you provided are all data sets. And these data sets are very, very important for businesses in making decisions because businesses will be able to what? Use this information to target their audience. So without internet, Internet of Things, social media, or let's say digital media platforms, it will be very difficult to generate data sets. And that is why most businesses or most telecommunication businesses or IT companies are investing hugely into new software, new devices, or new technologies, because that also contributes to the data ecosystem. So, in talk of data ecosystem, it's comprised of different entities. Now, the ecosystem here, we have technology industries. We're talking of like the Facebooks, Microsoft, these guys, they come up with new technologies, new software that is able to what? Collect information. Now, to collect information, individuals or users are also part of the ecosystem because we use these devices or these platforms. And as I said, whatever activities that we perform on these platforms are converted into data sets. And businesses also need these data sets. So they also what? Come up with policies or strategies to what? To entice individuals to provide more information so that they can also get information, analyze the information, process the information, and then use that information to what? To target the customers. Now, another entity here is government. Okay. Now, government also promotes data, the use of data sets as well as the use of technology. Why? I'll give an example. I think 4 or 5 years ago, the Chinese government invested over $12 billion into AI technologies for businesses, right? Just to promote the use of AI among businesses in China. So just think about it. If the government is promoting AI for businesses, it means businesses will also go for it. They'll come up with new platforms, new software, new strategies that will help collect data sets of information that will help them make informed or strategic decisions here. Okay. So I'm sure you've heard about data decision making and so on and so forth. Let's delve into data science and analytics. Now, what is data itself? Okay, so data is a collection of raw facts. Okay, it could be figures, it could be text, it could be image, it could be videos, it could be audios, it could be anything that you can see or you can touch or you can feel. It's considered as what? As data sets, right? Data can be objects. Okay, it can be the number of laptops you have, the number of clothes you have. It could be anything that is data, right? Now, data does not make sense if you don't process the data set or analyze it very well. Okay, so let's think about this. I mean, you go to social media platform, or you turn on your camera, you do selfie, you take videos, pictures, you post on your social media platform, people start commenting, you provide a review of new iPhone 16, you post on your TikTok platform, people start commenting here and there. Now, this information is very, very important to iPhone. They need this, right? Because they need to understand customers' perception or opinion about their products, right? So data, I mean, could be raw facts, but you can only make sense out from data when you apply data science and analytics. Okay, so data science and analytics itself is an interdisciplinary field. If I say interdisciplinary field, that means it's comprised of different areas. We're talking of mathematics, statistics, we're talking of domain knowledge, and computer science. Now, these four main areas, okay, contributes to data science and analytics. Without these four areas, you can never have data science and analytics in place. So it is an interdisciplinary field, okay, that combines mathematics, statistics, computer science, and domain knowledge to analyze and interpret complex data sets. So you can see that the comments that you provided on Facebook, on Twitter, okay, the podcasts that you did upload on your social media page, right? The pictures that you uploaded on Facebook, all of these are data sets, right? Now, to make sense of this information, that's where we need to apply data science analytics by looking to the mathematical side, statistical side, computer science, and domain knowledge. So the statistical side, how do you interpret data findings? If you have data findings, how do you generalize your data findings? How do you interpret coefficients? How do you interpret probability value, right? How do you interpret R-score? Or how do you even test your model or the fitness of your model? You need statistics and mathematics. And the computer science here, the software, the algorithm that you are going to use to analyze the data sets, okay, depends heavily on computer science. Without software, without algorithm, you cannot perform that analysis. And then domain knowledge here, I mean, as I said, if you're working on a research that has to do with health, you need someone with health background to interpret your data findings for you or to help you make recommendations. If your research has to do with education, you need someone with at least traditional educational background to help you make recommendations or decisions. If not, you might end up making wrong decisions. I remember during COVID-19, myself and one of my TAs, we did a research on analyzing socioeconomic effects on COVID-19 cases in the US. And we did submit the work to international journal, and the journal did reject the work. They're like, oh, okay. I mean, you guys did an amazing job. The fact here is that, Andy, you don't have health background. You're a data scientist, right? Your co-author, she's not coming from health background. She's a data scientist. So this is a project that healthcare professionals might use recommendations to make policies. So for that reason, it would be better if you involve an industry expert or domain specific knowledge expert to make the recommendations. We did exactly that, and the research or the work was published, right? So it tells you how important domain knowledge is when it comes to data science and analytics. Okay, so let's look at some key components of data science analytics here. So let me use this case study here of Walmart. So one of Walmart's location in Canada during COVID-19 had issues with its sales as well as profit margins, right? They did perform descriptive analytics, right? Because they realized that, okay, our profit margins keeps decreasing, right? So what is going on? Okay, or how did they even know that their profit margins keeps decreasing? They did analyze historical data sets and then current data sets. So they did analyze before COVID-19 and during COVID-19 data sets. And they realized that, oh, during COVID-19, we are losing huge amounts of money. Okay, our profit margin keeps decreasing. Now, they need to understand why this is happening. So they applied what we call diagnostic analytics. Why did this happen? Why are we losing profit margins? Okay, they perform internal and external analysis. The internal analysis, they analyze their internal structure. Did we change our CEO? Are there changes in management? What is the level of employees' productivity? What is going on? Right? So they did analyze, everything was okay. I mean, everything was nice. So what exactly is going on? And they did perform external analysis. External analysis, are there any competitors around? Right? Are there any new government policies that is affecting our profit margins or sales margins? What is going on? Oh, okay, COVID-19, right? There's this guy out there called COVID-19, and because of COVID-19, all businesses or most businesses have been asked to shut down their business, right? There's social distancing, there's lockdown, and so on and so forth. So customers are not able to freely come to the shop to make purchase, right? And that is why they are losing profit margins. So in this case, if this issue continues to happen, okay, if we continue to lose profit margins, what will happen to our business? We need to what? Forecast. So the forecasting will be what? Predictive analytics to forecast what will happen. And to forecast what will happen, we are using historical data sets and current data sets to predict the future. So predicting the future will tell you what will happen in the next 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, or 4 months, right? And it was very clear that if they don't take action, they'll end up losing a lot of sales, a lot of profit margins, and that will even affect the number of employees that they have, because they might end up, let's say, laying off employees. And most businesses during COVID-19 laid off employees because they were not making profits. And you don't want that to happen, all right? So you've been able to predict what will happen next. You don't take any action in the next 1 year, 2 years, your business might collapse. You don't want that to happen now. So what do? You perform prescriptive analytics, okay? Because we don't want to lose our business. So what actions should we take? Now, the actions that you have to take here is where you need the domain knowledge experts, the industry experts here, right? And it could be a data scientist. I could help Walmart with descriptive, diagnostic, predictive analytics. But when it comes to recommendations, well, this guy, the industry expert, needs to come in. So how do we take action? We come up with maybe multiple solutions based on recommendations from the industry experts. One is to optimize, okay, or improve our online e-commerce platform. Because before COVID, Walmart's e-commerce platform was not as robust as Amazon and other platforms. So we need to what? To optimize our platform. Also, we need to what? Introduce self-pickup, whereby customers can purchase online and then they can pick the items from the location, right? Taking into account social distances. Or we can have delivery services. Okay, you can have delivery guys delivering products to customers and so on and so forth. So these are the three options. There could be more. Maybe they can have about 6 or 7. but which of these options will yield the most positive outcome here? Right? So there's a need to perform what we call optimization. So optimization will tell you either optimizing your online platform or introducing self pickup will yield the most results and will help address the issue of decrease in sales and decrease in profit margins. Right? So after prescriptive, right, recommendations, you have three recommendations. One is for it what? Improve upon your online platform, make it more user friendly, right? Make it interactive. Two is to introduce delivery services. Three is to introduce self pickup, okay, of items. Now, if you don't take action, if you don't implement these recommendations provided by subject matter experts based on data findings, the problem will still exist. So action analytics is very, very important. And most businesses, when they get to prescriptive, when they make recommendations, that's it. They don't follow up. This is a very big issue for most businesses. So action is very, very important. And then evaluation. After introducing delivery services, self pickup, e-commerce platform, what is the outcome? Are you still losing profit margins, or are you making more profits? Okay, so if you don't perform evaluation analytics, I mean, you might never know the true outcome of the decisions that you made during your prescriptive analytics stage. So this is very, very important. So this helped Walmart to address issues of low sales and so on and so forth. And not only Walmart, most businesses apply this technique and then they were able to survive during COVID-19. Okay. Any questions? Are there any questions? Okay. So let's take a few cases. I'm sure most of you might have Netflix accounts, right? You watch movies, you watch a series, and so on and so forth. Now, sometimes Netflix will make recommendations as to the type of movie to watch or series to watch. Now, how is Netflix able to make such accurate recommendation? It uses what we call naive Bayes classification. So basically, what is that? Is that it's using your information. If I say your information, it's using the movies that you've watched, okay, the type of movies that you've watched, um, the ratings that you've provided, the time or the week or during the day, I'll say the time or the week that you've watched specific movies, or even the duration of the movie. Some people would like to watch 6 hours movies. Personally, I can only watch 2 hours movie. That's fine, right? And then you see all these actions that you're performing. You rate a movie, you like a movie, you save a movie, you watch a movie, all these actions are converted into data. Now, Netflix is going to use these data sets, and then it will compare these data sets with other users to see if you have the same taste for movies, the same taste for the duration of movies. So, if let's say Karani Mbaka, okay, Karani Mbaka, he likes to watch Fast and Furious movies, right? And I have the same taste as Karani. Okay, let's say the next movie maybe Karani decides to watch, maybe I'll say um, Game of Thrones. If I log on to my Netflix, Netflix is going to recommend Game of Thrones to me as well because I have the same movie pattern or trends with Karani Mbaka. That's why it's able to make recommendations. So you can see that it's using data sets to feed customers with the right information, with the right services, which is amazing. Without data sets, this can never happen, right? And then you can also talk of Tesla's automobile driving projects, or let's say Tesla robot taxi. So this Tesla robot taxi also uses data sets to make decisions. Now the data sets here, you're talking of objects, you're talking of humans, you're talking of trees, you're talking of animals, and so on and so forth. Now, using machine learning model, I'll say deep learning model, it's able to train, right, this vehicle as to when to stop, when to brake, where to park, and so on and so forth. Okay, who to hit, who not to hit. Okay, so you can see that without data sets, it's very, very difficult for us to have autonomous vehicles because these autonomous vehicles, they make decisions as humans. Okay, they know when to speed, when to brake, when to stop, when to park. And they're making this decision based on data being provided to it. And they learn from that data to make their own decisions. Okay. Now, yeah, Tesla's robot taxi is all over. Tesla has introduced like robots assistant as well. This is something that in the near future, most of you might be using or experiencing. So we need to know how this works. And then let's take the retail industry. Let's take Walmart supply chain optimization. Now, not only Walmart, we can talk of Costco, we can talk of Target, these retail giants. They have a very robust inventory management system. If I say robust inventory management system, that is, they have software. Okay, whenever you go to the shop to buy an item and they scan the item, it shows that the item is no more. The item left the shop. Okay, now suppliers, they have access to the back end system of the software, whereby they will log in and it will tell them that, hey, your product is being sold out from this Walmart location. And for that reason, you need to replenish. I say replenish, you need to what? You need to supply this product to Walmart location. Now, Walmart will not chase you, will not be calling you to replenish your product. No, they will not, right? Because they have a lot of suppliers. So if you don't do it, it will go against you. So you see that they're able to optimize their inventory level. They are not out of stock. They are not overstocked. Now, without this software that helps them to collect data sets, it will be very, very difficult for Walmart to optimize its inventory system. Not only Walmart, but most retail stores. Now, industrial application of data analytics and science. So we have healthcare analytics, basically predicting diseases, outbreak, patient diagnosis, treatments using data sets, right? South Africa, they are leveraging on data science, right, to predict the spread of HIV and improve treatment strategies. Customer segmentation, as I said, most businesses, they review or they analyze customers' review to understand customers' perception about their products or services. Right? It could be polarity analysis to find out whether customers are happy, angry, whether customers, whether there's positive, negative, or neutral reactions towards the products or services. So this is very helpful. And we also have sports analytics, right? I'm sure most of you might have been involved in sports analytics, but you didn't even know that you're involved in sports analytics. I'm sure some of you here might be involved in bets, right? So you bet during games, during matches, you bet with the hope of winning, right? When your team, let's say Barcelona, Real Madrid played recently, most of you bet, right? If your team wins, you win money. Now ask yourself, how is these betting companies or agencies, how are they able to provide betting odds for users? They're able to provide betting odds based on data sets. Now, what are these data sets we are talking about? We're talking about the players playing for each team, the number of goals they've scored, right? The time in which they scored goals, their previous wins, draw, loss, and so on and so forth. Based on this, they're able to analyze and say this team is going to win this match. Now, you'll be surprised to know that a lot of clubs or countries are now leveraging heavily on sports data sets. So don't be surprised that a country like Sudan, okay, was able to draw with Ghana in Accra. The same country, Sudan, is on the verge of becoming one of the less football countries to go to World Cup. How are they able to do this? They are leveraging on sports data sets. If you're a coach, you don't have to make decisions based on your intuition. You need facts, right? That is why now we've seen some countries who are not so much into football. They are now, all over the place, scoring big countries, right? Winning matches, and so on and so forth. So, sports analytics in Kenya also, there's agriculture analytics. Professor Janet, I think someone is using the mark on the screen. So I'm not sure if, anyways. So in Kenya, we have data science analytics for agriculture, basically to optimize the quality of soil, the weather patterns, right? To predict crop health, right? And so on and so forth, which is really good. Now in Uganda is also leveraging data science analytics, right, to track student performance, student dropout rates, to improve upon students' learning performance. And then in Ghana, and electricity has always been an issue in Africa, most African countries, right? So in Ghana, there is this data science applied to manage and predict energy consumption patterns. So we need to know which areas consume the most energy or electricity, right? Are they industrial areas? Are they commercial areas, right? So when it comes to as to when to turn off lights, we know which location to do that, right? Now, so many of today's most pressing challenges, right, such as climate change, public health, urban planning, right, requires insight from multiple disciplines, right? To be innovative, to solve societal problems, we need to integrate different domains. We need to apply data analytics in different domains. Okay. Now, for example, applying data science techniques to biology has given rise to bioinformatics, leading to breakthrough in genomic and personalized medicine, which is amazing, right? In the past, we didn't have this. Now, how can we promote innovation through data science and analytics education? Okay. Now, there's the need to develop multidisciplinary curriculum. Universities, institutions should incorporate data analytics or data science courses into various programs or various or traditional domains such as biology, economics, social science, and humanities. Right? Recently, I was in Ghana, University of Cape Coast, and we're developing new programs. Right? We're developing sports analytics. We're developing environmental analytics, as well as health informatics and analytics. That is, we are integrating data science into traditional domains. And this will spark innovation. Because without data science analytics, there can never be innovation in traditional domains. So there's a need for it. Right? Now, students should also serve as ambassadors when it comes to promoting data science, innovation using data science. What are they supposed to do? Right? So students are supposed to work on projects that requires knowledge from multiple disciplines. So for instance, in my course, what I do is that If students have to work on projects, maybe about 6 groups. Group 1, you're going to work on health domain. Group 2, you're going to work on energy and oil domain. Group 3, you're going to work on education domain. So this helps students to cross-fertilize ideas from various domains, which is very, very helpful, right? So another thing that we can also do is enable students and faculty exchange to expose them to different academic culture and interdisciplinary approaches. So faculty members should involve students in their research projects, right? Faculty members can also give assignments whereby students can consult professors from other departments, right? And tap into their ideas. So if you're a data science prof, basically what you can do is you can provide assignments for students whereby they can consult other professors and then seek recommendations from them. And then practical training, right? So there's a need for partnership, right, between universities and organizations or institutions. So basically, let's say KCA University can partner with industries whereby industries can provide projects for students to work on. That is data analytics project to work on. Okay. It shouldn't necessarily be only one industry. It could be multiple industries. It could be the retail industry, technology industry, health industry. I mean, various industries where students can work on real life projects, right? It could be workshop whereby the institution can invite guest speakers, right, industry professionals from various domains to share some of the insights or happenings of data science analytics and how it's shaping innovation or full innovation. Now, let's look at the current state of data science analytics education. So most universities in Africa are now, I would say, running data science and analytics education, which is really good, right? Which is really good here. KCA University is one of them. I mean, I have to applaud you guys for spearheading, I would say, for changing the narrative when it comes to data science analytics in Africa. Ghana Telecommunication University, University of Cape Coast, University of Lagos, all these institutions or universities are offering either master's, undergrad, or PhD programs in data science analytics. But the problem here is most of these universities or institutions, they are offering the traditional data science and analytics. The focus is not on domain data science and analytics. If I say domain data science and analytics, we're talking about the health analytics here, we're talking about the education analytics here, we're talking about the sports analytics, or even environmental analytics. And this is very, very important. Without these specific domain data science analytics, there can never be innovation. There can never be, right? So there's a need for us to promote specific domain data science and analytics to spark or to fuel innovation, right? Especially in Africa. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Okay. So most businesses or industries, they've partnered with some universities in Africa as well. Microsoft, IBM, Google, they've all partnered with I'll say, sorry, I'm not sure what it is. They've partnered with most institutions in Africa to promote data science and analytics. Now, there's also government policies, right, in promoting data science and analytics in Africa, which is very, very important, right? Now, I know Kenya is one of the many African countries that is promoting data science, I'll say IT and data analytics, which is very good. So there's government initiatives available that institutions can also tap into, right, to reap the benefits of data science and analytics, right? In Rwanda, I was in Rwanda, and they have this. They had this Vision 2020, focus on ICT and data analytics, right? Which kind of serves as motivation for most institutions or universities to what? To tap into data science and analytics. So also there are online platforms or resources available that individuals can use to learn more about data science analytics. Okay, yeah, so Coursera, edX, FutureLearn, all these platforms, you can use any of these platforms to get started or to tap into data science analytics. There are also local initiatives. Myself at my university, we have online workshops, symposium, bootcamp, and training in data science and analytics. There's going to be an upcoming event, online event, where I'll communicate with your professors, Professor Simon Owadia, right, to connect some of you guys to this workshop, right, to cross-fertilize ideas with students from all over the world. So the challenges here in promoting data science, analytics, innovation, one has to do with resource constraints. Okay, resource constraints is one. And then also in terms of curriculum development, right? There's a need for more. There's a need for more locally relevant topics, right? When it comes to curriculum development, and there's the issue of brain drain. I'll give 1 second. I'm not sure why this is. 1 second. There's also the issue of brain drain. Give 1 second. There's the issue of brain drain in Africa, right? When I talk of brain drain, most data scientists, when they get a training, they get a skills in Africa, they want to travel outside, right? For white collar jobs and stuff like that. So this is also affecting the promotion of data science and analytics in Africa. So businesses or industries, they need to make data science and analytics field more lucrative, more attractive for locals or individuals to stay in their home countries after studies, right? Because there's huge demand for data analysts all over the world. And then we also have departments working in silos, right? Serves as a challenge for promoting data science analytics to create innovation. So what can we do? Create interdisciplinary team and project that encourage collaboration, right? To seize silos within the organization. And then leadership, okay? So leadership should develop leadership programs focused on managing diverse teams and promoting multidisciplinary collaboration. Now, in terms of addressing skill gap, I mean, most faculty members, our staff, they lack the necessary, I'll say, skills, right, outside their primary discipline, especially those in the traditional domains. They might have little to no knowledge about data science and analytics. So how can we bridge this gap here? There's a need to provide cross-disciplinary training and continuous learning opportunities to build a versatile skill set. So this means that the Department of, let's say, Data Science and Analytics, they have to come with more programs that will benefit faculty members, staff members, students, or individuals within the traditional domain of the institution so that they get to understand that, oh, okay, we need to apply data analytics in our domain, right? And then data privacy issues, right? Bridging the gap will help address data privacy and ethical issues here, which is very, very important. And then to end my presentation, I'll say, tips to get started in data science for students. There's a need for network and collaboration. There's a need for continuous learning, gain domain knowledge. If you're into data science, analytics here right now, I mean, focus on at least, not at least, I'll say at most 2 main areas. Define yourself. Don't do supply chain analytics, financial analytics, health analytics, environmental analytics at the same time. choose specific domain of your interest, and then apply the data science and analytics in this domain. And then don't forget your communication skills, right? As data scientists, you need to be able to convince stakeholders to buy into your data findings and stuff like that. Okay, so yeah, some success stories of data science and analytics outreach project that I've done. So this project was run online during the summer. We had about 200 participants from different universities, from Africa, from Canada, from US, and so on and so forth. Come to the part, sharing knowledge about data science and analytics, right? And then, so I've been in Rwanda, I was in Ghana, I've been India, right? Promoting data science and analytics. So I think that's about it. Thank you so much. And I'll take questions. I'll take questions.
Thank you so much, Prof, for the wonderful, wonderful presentation. So I'm going to give this opportunity to 2 or 3 people, those who are physically present and those who are online, to ask questions. But before the question session, how about we give a clap to our beautiful and handsome professor? For those who are online, kindly use the clap emoji. You clap. For those who are physically here, let's give it to the Kenyan way, Sindio, how we do it, right? So let's measure, measure, drop 3 times, drop, again. Yeah, so let's give, you've appreciated, Prof?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So let's take this opportunity to ask questions. If you have any questions on the topic.
For those who are online, yes. There's one question here, Prof.
Yes. Is it in the chat room?
Yes. Thank you, Prof, for the wonderful presentation pertaining to data analytics and all that it entails. So I have around 4 questions here. First one being, yes, I've seen that you have done a demonstration pertaining to the Netflix, how they utilize the Naive-Bayes algorithm and the aspect of building a recommender system. As such, I'm working on a project that actually handles the same. So what perks or rather what benefits can you offer maybe a startup that is diving into the same space, particularly in health? And what is the application procedure for the same? And what is normally the average response time once that process is initiated? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. So if I understand your question correctly, you have a project working on classification model, right? Similar to Netflix. And yours is based on
So Prof, there's a question. Prof?
Yes.
There's a question on the chat from Ezekiel Rono. He's asking, forecasting gives trends based on historical data. What will enable innovation which can be different from previous trends between models and data sets? That's from Ezekiel Rono. There's one from Faith Mungeli. He's asking for a recording, and also what are the techniques for cleaning and preparing data for analysis?
Okay, so I'll take the first one from Ezekiel. So as just mentioned, forecasting gives trends based on historical data sets. So what will enable innovation, which can be different from previous trends between model and data sets? So, as I said, to be innovative, right? Meaning that to come up with something new, okay? Not something new, but to add value to even existing products or services. Now, the decision to add value, to make changes to existing products or services is based on data, right? So here you mentioned that forecasting gives trends based on historical data sets. What will enable innovation? So what will enable innovation is that you can add value or you can make decision based on the historical information. Now, the historical information tells you that, okay, now customers are no more interested in, let's say, are no more interested in normal phones again. They need phones with, let's say, with cameras, with high internet connections, with a lot of features, and so on and so forth. Okay, this is what the current consumer demands. So based on the current information that you have, that people are now using smartphones, okay? But you compare with the past. The past tells you that 3 years ago, people are not interested in smartphones, but now they are interested. So if you are to produce a new phone, are you going to produce Nokia 3310? We are going to produce a smartphone similar to Huawei new smartphone. So the innovation comes in. So the phases that I mentioned, the descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, prescriptive, action, and evaluation, all of these areas, okay, integrates innovation or fosters innovation. So I'm not sure if I've answered your question. So you mentioned which can be different from previous trends between model and data sets. Yeah, so previous data sets, old information, current data sets, new information, you compare, right? Based on old information, new information, you should be able to predict. Okay, so predict will help you come up with something new. Predict or prediction will help you improve upon existing products or services. And that itself is innovation. Ezekiel, did I answer your question? Okay, and then faith. Faith mentioned what are techniques for cleaning and preparing data for analysis. Now, techniques for cleaning, okay, assuming you have the correct data sets. Now, data sets comes in different forms. It can come in structured, semi-structured, or structured form, okay? Depending on the kind of data sets that you have, will inform how you clean the data set. So if, let's say, you have unstructured, that is unclean, the data set is not labeled, right? You have to what? Structure it. To structure it, you create labels for it. You check for missing values. You check for outliers. You check for duplicates. You replace missing values with either mean, median, or mode, right? You either delete duplicates, you either delete or you maintain missing columns or rows. It's up to you. But you need to report all data cleaning activities in your methodology process. Now, if you have data sets with high dimensions, then there's the need to perform dimensionality reduction. That is, you reducing the dimensions of your data sets without losing the actual values or the actual information of the data sets. It's also one form of data cleaning, right? Data cleaning could be converting, let's say, text into numbers, which you can do that. You can do that when you've been able to identify main topics. Just be performing sentiment analysis, you can identify main topics, and then you can assign values to each of the topics. Then you can continue with your analysis. So data analysis or data cleaning comes in different forms depending on the type of data set that you have. Okay. Then for business with IT in the ideology stage, what type of data set should one be interested in? and what type of liveware expertise are important? Okay, let me read the question again. For business, finance with IT in the ideology stage, right? That's the initiative stage. What type of data set should one be interested in? Okay, very good. So, assuming you're a business and you want to, let's say, produce or introduce new products or new services. Now, you want to make decisions based on data sets, right? As to the kind of products or services produced based on data sets. You're at the ideology stage. So the ideology stage, you need to perform, let's share with you, or perform secondary research. Okay? The secondary research is that you research on other businesses or financial companies that adapted the same process that you want to adapt, or that introduce the same product that you want to introduce. And how did it go? Right? So you perform background research first. So the background research will inform you that, hey, company A, B, C, D, they had similar problems and this approach that they took. So in that case, if you have a similar problem, okay, then you can take the same or similar approach taken by these businesses. So that would be your initial stage. Okay. Now, in the event that you want to work with data sets, then you need to perform pilot study. You don't bank all your hopes on the projects, on a bigger projects. You need to pilot and see how things will go. And that's what most businesses do. Okay, even to introduce new products, okay, they don't just produce the products in the market just like that. They produce, let's say, a handful of products, then they'll test the market, get customers' feedback, make modifications or changes, and then release the product back to customers or to the market. Okay, so what type of data sets should one be interested? So data set, what you're interested is you can use benchmark data sets, secondary data sets, right, to help you decide on the right data set to collect for your research. It depends whether you want to do secondary or primary. Even if you want to do primary research, you want to collect first-hand information for your project, it's always good to perform secondary research first to understand the kind of questions to even ask your participants, or to understand the type of data set that you can collect from your primary research. Okay. Phil, I'm sure I answered your question. Then Faith Mungali, how can we effectively integrate data science and analytics into customs operations to enhance the monitoring and management of goods in transit? In a case study I'm working on where taxpayers claim input VAT on their transit goods. This is interesting. Well, this is more of domain knowledge question, right? I'm not a custom expert, but I'll try my best, right? I'm a data scientist, right? Now, when we talk of customs, we talk of immigration here, right? So immigration, this is more of government system, or let's say centralized system. So the government should have a centralized system, a system that will be able to capture the right data set or information pertaining to your question. Okay, so to enhance the monitoring and management of goods in transit. So in Kenya, are there a software like within the immigration? Do you have a software, a system that is able to monitor all this information? If yes, then you have data sets. Okay, then you have data sets. So these data sets that you have, it should be able to tell you, okay, where taxpayers claim input VAT on transit goods. If you don't have these data sets, then there is a need for the government to create an architecture or expand on the data architecture that will help collect this particular information. Because this might be an issue or a problem that you are trying to address, but you don't have a system in place that will help you to collect this data set. Okay, so the first stage here is to have a system in place that will help you collect this data set. If you don't have any system in place that will help you to collect this data set, it's very, very difficult for you to achieve your research. Right? So I'm sure I've answered the question, Faith. But if the system is in place and you already have the data sets, then you can come up with research objectives, what you want to achieve. Okay, so you want to analyze where taxpayers claim input on VAT, okay, on transit goods. So based on data sets, you can analyze, you can find out which variables, find correlation. You can decide on what kind of analysis that you want to perform. I don't have the data sets, so I cannot speak much on that. Right? And then Rafus, what are the key indicators for a need to handle bias in the training process of data science model using historical data sets? Okay, so key indicators for a need to handle bias in training process. Okay, now if you want to train a model using historical data sets, now to train the model, you need to make sure that you have the right data set, the correct information. Because if you input wrong information, if you use wrong data set to train a model, then there's going to be bias. The output will be wrong. So that's the first thing to do. And you need to make sure that the data set that you have, okay, is robust enough to address major issues. So for instance, if you have historical data sets of, let's say, customers, sorry, let's say you have, let me use sports, historical data sets of Nairobi senior national team, right? You have all your players. You have the age of all players, the height, the weight of players, the goals they've scored, the positions. You have all of this, right? Now, you want to train a model whereby if you input age, okay, speed, height, or let's say goals scored by a person, the model should be able to predict the kind of position this person will play. So it means that the historical data set that you have should be accurate enough. Okay. And then when you finish, you need to test the model. In testing with the model, you can use your accuracy score, precision score, F1 score, and so on and so forth to test your model. It's only when you test your model, then you can confidently say that, okay, my model might be free from any bias. One thing too is that, you know, we're talking of AI here. We're talking of explainable AI in making decisions or predicting. It's very difficult for even computer scientists to understand how AI sometimes make decisions. Right? So that is one issue here. We cannot bank all our hopes on the model generated by AI. But what we can do is that we need to make sure that we have the right data set that is free from any form of, let's say, ambiguities, that are privacy issues, and data is more diverse. If I say diverse, it's diverse enough that it should be able to capture all areas within our predictive model or the model that we develop. Okay.
Okay, Prof.
Yeah.
Allow me to cut you short because of time. So maybe if you don't mind sharing your contact so that for those of us who have questions, we can come to you directly because we have another session and yeah, the panel is waiting here.
Okay.
Yeah, kindly, if you don't mind sharing your email or your contacts.
Yeah, so my contact, I'm on LinkedIn. So I think, yeah, you can scan, or I'll share my contact with Professor Simon in Wadia, and then
Right.
students can
Right.
reach out to me if they have more questions and stuff like that. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor, for the warm and nice presentation. We truly appreciate, as the KCA fraternity and as the KCA family. We thank you so much, and I'm hoping that one of these fine days will visit us.
Definitely.
And yeah, we can have a collaboration with the University of Calgary.
Definitely. Definitely.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks so much for having me. All right.
Okay. So at this juncture, I want to welcome Alex Njuguna, who is the Innovation Officer, KCA University, to take us through the next session. So karibu sana.
Yes, good afternoon. Yeah, I know that was quite a very rich session, right? We enjoyed. Yes, I see at least to stand up. Let's stand
entirely forget the investment part. If you're coming in for investment, you're losing the plot. Because you get the money and then what? You've not taken your time to figure out your customer segments. Is this the right customer? Am I providing the right solution for the right problem for the right customer group? So investors eventually now having cold feet, or what we've been calling the freeze of investment in Africa, because now all the businesses just want money, but they're not trying to solve problems. So even when you go back to what my lovely colleague said earlier, even as you're leveraging on the tech that's available, whether it's IoTs, whether it's AI, whether it's blockchain, it needs to be built to solve an existing problem for an existing large set. When the professor was speaking, the subsets and the big sets of customers have to be enough for someone to consider helping you scale with investment.
Still, when you are, since you have talked about investment and also investors, something I'd like to ask, based on that, what are the best ways? Now, you see, for students, one of the greatest nightmares that there are in innovators, also entrepreneurs, is securing funding. So, what would be the best ways that you can advise the students when it comes to securing funding, more so for even tech-based, because today mostly we have tech students here. For tech-based students, what are the best ways for securing funding, and how can they position their research or innovations in a potential that is attractive to investors?
Okay, since the investor conversation is heavy, when it comes to investors, this is what they look for. Do you have traction? Traction is, have you sold to anybody? Is there anyone who wants to use your product? Let's say you are at idea stage, and what you need to even launch and bring it to the market with something we call a minimum viable product would need some money, and that's maybe why you need the investor. Then the question would be, do you have a waiting list? Do you have 100, 200, 300 people who've said, yeah, I would really like to use your product because it would address a problem I have, so I'm waiting for you to launch. An investor will only be piqued when you have that. They'll only be interested if you have that. That's one. So that's for those who you really checked, and I can't sell without money to start it, all right? But some of you actually can sell something without the investment. So the other thing becomes a traction aspect. Have you sold? How many people have you sold to? Then there's a question of revenue is how much you've made. And cost or expenses is how much we've used to be able to supply the service or the product. So then how much is your profit? If you're not profitable, i.e. your revenue minus cost is negative or it's a constant zero, then again, they won't give you investment. So now when you notice the conversations are shifting back to the customer, it's because even an investor won't just give you money. They're going to look at that first, the traction. Are you making money? Do you have customers? Are you making profits? Or is there potential to make realistic profits? Number two, they look at you. You could have a great business idea. Fantastic. But you as a person in your presentation, they can pick that you do not have the necessary skills to actually stay as an entrepreneur. And what do I mean by that? Look at the guys who started businesses back in 1960, 70, 80, coming into the new early 2000s. Those guys knew they only had customers, so they had grit, they had resilience, they had problem-solving skills. Like, you know what, right now this is happening, there's no one else to turn to, I have to figure this out. A customer said they have a problem, I have to figure this out. So if an investor picks that you're just here, because these days it's a bit too obvious, they pick that you're just here for the money, you lose out on it. If they realize even from your presentation it's not detailed enough, you have spelling errors, the data is spilling over in the slides, you didn't pay attention to clean it up. So if you didn't pay attention to clean up your slide, why would you pay attention to their money that they're giving you? Why would you pay attention to the customers? You miss out. So those are the two main things they look at when you're trying to secure funding. And funding could come as investment where they want equity. Equity is shareholding in your company. They can ask for 10%. Like Shark Tank, how they say, I'll give you $20,000 for 10% stake. That's investment with equity. Others give you as a loan, and they just want it back after 5 years. Others give you as a loan with interest. I need this money back with 15% on top, 20% on top, and others just want to be silent advisors. So you also need to be aware of what you want from your investor as they give you money and ask for that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. And since we are in the topic of investors, one of the things that have risen that has arose from that conversation is that you have to understand what you're building, the product you're building. Does it build traction to the people that you're building for? Are you just building something that just a basic product, or is it a solution that has traction? And this time I'm going to head back to Adeline. And Adeline, now when it comes to building traction, so how can the students, now having that most of you are talking to the students who are main audience here, so how can the students ensure that their tech innovations address real life problems and real world problems and meet the market needs to build that traction? So how do we ensure that whatever they're building is not just a product that's going to be just another shelf, just another technical project that a student had, but whatever they're building actually focuses on real world problems that's going to build and also build some traction from the people?
Okay, thank you so much, Alex. I think I can also share my story because there was a time I was still an intern at Safaricom and I was really looking forward to be hired. And then at this point in time, I participated in a hackathon. And the hackathon, ideally, it was about events, like not organizing events, but just saving towards events like anniversaries, Christmas, birthday, and all that. So we had this idea and we came up with a proposal and how to work around. And we realized that young people in Kenya, they love gifting people. And we decided to come up with this innovative idea. And I'm so glad the application is as a mini app in the super app of M-Pesa. So the idea here is about money and return on investment. If I go to pitch something to the CEO at Safaricom, he doesn't really want to understand how it works, but what is the amount and how much will come in, how much the company will get in return. And then this year I also participated in something about rentals management and how people suffer, because I did the same because I was transitioning from Machakos to Nairobi, and how I really went through pain points when looking for a house and all that. And you understand we have some agents who are not trustworthy, we had fraudster and all that. So we decided to work on something just to enable people at the comfort of their phone, they're able to do a seamless process and getting a house. Okay, it's something that is still under production, but I'm so sure that the company will gain a lot out of it. So when you come up with the idea, you need to understand the people. You can narrow down to, let's say, the Gen Zs. And the other day, my HOD approached me and he was like, the Gen Zs, they're waking up at 11 a.m. It means they're not making revenue during morning hours. So he asked me that, what is the one thing that we can do something creative so that we can just ensure that the Gen Zs wake up early in the morning. And then I told him, I don't think they'll wake up early in the morning, but the only thing you can help them is just give them an offer during the night, because these people are really creating content, and during the night is when they're active. Yeah, so that was my response. So it all depends, like you just have to understand your customer, how they behave and all that. And once you get that right, you're able to crack it.
So as we build up on that conversation, talking about knowing exactly how to build product that addresses the world or the people or the clients that you're building it for. Now, one of the issues we have as tech people, as I said, is that we have the challenge whereby we are more technically driven. We see things technically. So you'll build something based on you are just practicing your technical skills, building on that. But how do you bridge, or how do you balance between your technical skills as a tech person and the business aspect, where we have the market research, where we have now understanding your client. Being now as you said, as she has explained how to build real world problems, solutions. But now how do I balance between my technical skill? I might know maybe a real world problem. For example, we have seen startups, the likes of Kune Foods. You see, it was addressing a real world problem. But we have seen such startups come collapsing. So how do we balance between the business side of it and just the technical side of it? Because you can have a very good thing with that very technical side, but now the business side is suffering. How do you balance between the two?
Thank you for that question. So my background is in software engineering, and I've been doing that for more than 12 years. But I understand why it's hard for software engineers to make it in business. And the biggest problem is because they focus more on tech. And it's important for techies to understand that technology is a tool. IoT is a tool, AI is a tool to solve a problem. So it's very important to really focus on the problem. Just forget about tech. So you have a problem. I'll give an example which I like to use. So let's say you're a techie and you want to start an e-commerce company like Amazon. So what engineers will think is, I need to create a really robust platform like Amazon to be able to be like Amazon. But what you don't understand is tech is very expensive. So you, as a software engineer, if you put your time, like let's say 3 months to do that, you have to convert that to like an expense. So that can be, let's say, if you do that for like 3 months, that's an expense of, let's say, 400, 500, or 600, or even more. So, but after building the tech, are you going to get the money? So the best way to approach it is, you want to build an e-commerce platform. What do you want to sell? So let's say you want to start by selling shoes. So now the question is, if you want to start selling shoes, do you need the platform to sell shoes? You can utilize the existing platforms like WhatsApp, Facebook to sell your shoes. And if you're able to source the shoes, and let's say you get to a point where you're selling maybe 20 pairs a day, you are doing well, right? Because you can sustain yourself, maybe with a small income you're getting. And then now you continue like that until you're able to sell more. Because if you're selling 50 pairs a week, you don't really need a platform to be able to do that. So, but you continue selling more until you get to a point where maybe you're selling, let's say, 200 pairs a day. So now you can see that it's becoming challenging to sell 200 pairs of shoes a day without a technology. But at that point, now you need to ask yourself, are there like available services or tools you can utilize to become more efficient? And maybe you might realize you don't need tech. Maybe you need to hire someone to help you. If the calls are becoming too many, maybe you need to build a simple website to receive the orders. So you continue like that until it gets to a point where the income you're getting from that small business is enough to hire a software engineer to build for you a tool, not just like an entire platform like Amazon or Jumia, to build for you a simple service that will be able to make sales more efficient. And you are paying that person based on the income you are getting from selling shoes. So, and then you continue like that until you get to a point where you have built a massive platform and you are making money, rather than the other way around. Because if you invest so much in building a platform and at the end of the day you are not going to make money, then all that would be for nothing, unless maybe you are doing that for learning purposes. And that's how, as FinPlus, we have grown. We didn't start by building a platform. We have been operating for more than 7 years. We have banks and other companies, FMCG companies like KBL across East Africa. And we started by solving a simple problem. We went to one of the financial institutions, it's Premier Credit. So we went to them and we got to understand the problem they were facing. We solved that problem and we did really well. So we didn't have like a big platform. We solved it really well until the client was so happy. And the client at that point was working with other international vendors, which were really hard to compete with. But as a startup, we were doing this, like sometimes, most of the time, we were transnighting, just to make sure we deliver on time and we satisfy the customer. And then after a few months, the customer came back, because you see, the customer will weigh, I have this project, should I give it to the international vendor? But the international vendor will take maybe 2 months to deliver. If I go to this startup, within 2 days, they are going to deliver. And then now from that, by giving us more work, that's how we started growing. And then we got other clients, other like FMCG, MFI companies and banks, and we are here. So the key here is focus on the problem, as a very small problem. Just solve it and get money from it, and then keep growing by solving more problems, rather than starting with the tech and then asking yourself, what can I do with this tech? Yeah.
Yes, actually, even as you add to that, I also wanted, maybe being in the ESO or in the entrepreneurship support organization systems, whereby you supported innovators and entrepreneurs, still adding on to what he has said, what also are the available resources that are there in the ecosystem that can help more so, as we are talking about the techies, to even also have a balance and gain some business acumen to also balance there, even as you add on what Banta has said.
Okay, let me move back to Banta, then to your question. So one, Kune didn't fall apart because of operational issues. It fell apart because it didn't have enough customers buying. What do I mean by that? They assumed, the guy came to Kenya 3 days later, told himself, oh, middle class guys can't access home cooked meals. We have vibandas. Vibandiskis are everywhere. We have people who cook from their house. We have all sorts of people. But because they're foreigners and they've not taken time to understand the market, they made an assumption. And they started the business, right? So you're selling to me food that I'd buy at 200 bob at 500, assuming I can't access it. So of course, over time, they didn't meet the enough what we call market quotient for them to be profitable. So they'd received almost $400 million in investment, but couldn't give a return of investment from their customers' sales and revenue because of assuming what customers want. When he's talking about identifying a problem, you may be a techie. Doesn't mean you overlook it. If that's your strength, that's your strength. There's something called getting a co-founder. You can get somebody to do this business with, because there's strengths. Like, I'm good at talking to people. But am I good at cooking? Not necessarily, but no one has died yet. But I wouldn't put myself and say I'm a chef. But no, I'm a mod. Please understand, I'm just saying the truth. You know, I can't be a chef today, but no one has died. But my point is, I picked my strengths and I took off with them, right? Somebody else's strength could be tech. If that's your strength, you can pause on the building of the tech, or you can still build, what do we call it? Still like a minimum viable product, like a small draft version, right? And then get someone or find someone who's good at selling, because not everyone is a salesperson. So if you're good at tech coding and everything, sometimes it's a bit hard to side chat yourself in that way or sidetrack yourself, so find someone who can be a co-founder. Now the two of you can now sit and say, you know what, I'll be the code, I'll build a platform. You will sell it. You will go out there and tell everybody, this is what we are doing. And then you become a force. You can be up to 3, don't go beyond 3, it becomes chaotic. So within that ecosystem, now you've delegated work. It's easier now to move forward. Now, what happens when you're co-founders or even you're by yourself? You start thinking resources, right? What resources are there to help you figure out some of these things? There's communities like Anza Village, Startinev. There's academies like Founder Academy by ALX. There's Entrepreneurship Academy by 54 Collective. There's accelerators, there's incubators. There's places you can go, apply to get in, and you'll be supported. What does support look like? Somebody will come and listen to your idea and tell you, you're missing the point. You've assumed what the customer wants. Some of these places like the Founder Academy, we take you steps back. What you were talking about in terms of, what Banta was talking about in terms of going fast, sell the shoes yourself and then see if it makes money. It's something we call prototyping. It's a step in prototyping. You first go into the field and find, yes, I want to do this, but what's the easiest way to start? You start by selling those shoes. You're learning your customers' behaviors and reactions, which is feeding into your research by still delivering your end goal in a small way. And as you do that, you start realizing, wow, I assumed these guys want this. I assume this is their problem. You realize it's not. You do something we call pivoting. That means changing. But oops, I'm going to Nanyuki, kinda. You're allowed to do that. But it only happens when you put yourself in a position where, one, you've identified your strengths, two, you've delegated or gotten support, three, you've applied for some of these programs to get either a coach, like in 54, you assigned a coach. In Founder Academy, you get resources like curriculum that walks you through lean canvas models, segment, etc. Now you're in a better position to launch. So you can also pause your launching until you go through at least one or two of these programs where you feel a bit more confident. And that way you're not too green, you're not making many losses the way our fathers and mothers were. You have somebody to walk with you and tell you, I think Nyeri is the wrong town to focus on. The kind of customer you're talking about is in Runda. Let's focus on Runda. Or maybe the flip side, because some businesses are saying you want to solve for, let's say, lack of employment, but for young people in Kawangware, in Mathare, in such places. But you're saying you're going to build an app. Do these guys have smartphones? Except the one they've probably stolen from you on the highway. But can they afford a smartphone? Probably not. So why are you building an app for a phone that needs probably up to minimum 50 GB, 64 GB storage? Because they'll have WhatsApp, you know them. They'll have Facebook, they'll have Instagram, they'll have LinkedIn, they'll have and then your application. Who ideally would do that? It's not the guy in Kawangware. It's probably someone in USIU, someone here, someone in Strathmore, someone in Nairobi University when they're not busy throwing stones. So you think like that. You have to ask yourself, I was there, but I wasn't throwing stones, I promise. You have to think deeply into those questions. I want to create this, but who really would use it? And then that way you set yourself up for success, not to just make money, but to solve an actual problem.
Yeah, was that insightful? Yeah, thank you for that clap here. Yeah, so you see, it's been a whole. At least they have echoed what have been shared for those who we have been with in the incubation center. She has at least echoed, and even all they have echoed in one part: the need for interdisciplinary innovations, whereby you join hands. For example, in KCA here, we have a good presentation. We have tech students, we have business students, we have art students. We are going to see here just one of a story from KCA University. I have two projects at the incubation center. One of them you're going to see here, whereby a student, actually the student is a student here in tech, but partnered with a discipline that is not even in KCA to come up with an innovation. He'll tell us about it. We also have another group of students whereby we have a student from School of Technology, Arts, and another student from School of Arts, and another one from School of Business. And they have done so well such that right now they have a minimum viable product, an MVP, whereby they have even done their piloting, and they have also set up. They have grown traction already. Even when I'm doing, for example, when I'm trying to get now pitching for them, and actually they have gone. Good thing is that they have gone through the ALX Founders Program. So actually the two projects they have gone through the ALX Founders Program, a partnership between KC Incubation Center and also ALX, and it's nice to see how they have grown, and that's the underline. interdisciplinary collaboration. Not only even also just for the students, also even for our faculty. Because it's from that, if you sit at your own silo, whereby you are in tech, you are in education, you are in arts, you are in business or whatever, you realize you will find it very difficult getting out of that silo building. And actually, that's why even one of the questions that I've mostly focused on, how do the innovators or how do the techies balance between the technical aspect and the business? And I just wanted, at least the word is out there. The easiest actually, sometimes I find it to be balanced. You see, for example, for Banta, I see you are a CTO and co-founder. I'm assuming your other co-founders, not all of them are in tech.
So one is in product, another one is in finance. So product and copywriting and basically content. Then the other one deals with finance and operations. Yeah.
So you see for us, and they have said they have been in business for 7 years. You see, sometimes you usually find the first 3 to 5 years are usually the most challenging for a startup. But the fact that they have gotten to their 7th year, intercollaboration means it's a very easy way of getting out there. Yeah, so thank you so much. Now from Adeline, I'll give a chance for a final word, even as we finish this session.
Okay, my final word will be around getting a mentor, because a mentor helps you a lot. It might take you like 4 years of achieving something, but once you get a mentor, you might go up to half those years. Another thing is once you're working on your product, it's a good thing to look for a domain expert. If it's something, let's say, to do with data science, get someone who can help you with data science. So I have this challenge for anyone who is willing to take it up. So I understand in Nairobi here, also when it's raining. So when it's raining and then we have traffic. So there is this thing whereby when it rains, also it rains cars. So maybe someone can just come up with a crazy idea why every other time it's raining we have traffic, and then the fare thing goes up, the time factor also, it's just chaotic. Maybe you can just come up with a good something good or something innovative around that to help people like Alex who are driving. Yeah, thank you so much for having me, and just stay consistent. If you're working on something that is on your local laptop, it's high time you publish it. It's high time you sell it out to people.
Yeah, my parting shot will be focus on the problem. And problem solving is a skill. And it cuts across, like whether you are a software engineer or you are a business person. So it's a skill that you need to practice. And what I like to say is you can focus on any problem just to be good at it. So a good example is there are people who drown in swimming pools. So how can you solve that problem? So it's not like you want to solve it, but you just want to see. And sometimes you can brainstorm with your friends and see the solution you come up with. Is it viable? So that's how you practice being a good problem solver. Another thing is if you're a software engineer, you can do code challenges that these big companies provide, like Google, Microsoft. Just attempt them. The more you do that, the more you become a really good problem solver. And then the last thing is sometimes you don't need funding to start a company. So you just need
Hello,
to
guys.
be like highly skilled in your field. If you are a software engineer, be a really good software engineer. If you are a product person, be a really good product person. And then look for a client, solve their problem, and you start making money. So in our company, we have bootstrapped since the beginning. We've never raised the investment.
and we are not interested in raising an investment anytime soon. And it's a big company. We have clients all over East Africa. Right now, we have more than 15 employees, and we are revenue positive. So if you focus on the problem and you make money, you can grow, and then investment can become something secondary. And when you raise an investment and you have a product.
Hello, guys. My name is Tutie, a student at KCA University, the town campus.
Coming from another room.
I'm really interested. I'm really
So just to finish,
excited to hear all the things you
if you
guys
have
were saying.
a solution that has
And
traction with
they're
customers,
really impressive.
you'll be able to raise
For me,
much more
I'm just
compared
a first
to
year, and
when you
I'm
want to
so
raise an
eager to know
investment
about
while you're
programming.
starting. Thank you,
If
Alex.
there's anyone that who's there to help. Up
I
with them.
think I'll be like my
And
lovely
then,
colleague.
yeah.
But my challenge is to management. So we did with another company I work with called Startinev, the Director of Strategy and Partnerships. We organized a hackathon with University of Nairobi for faculty and staff under the Nairobi Innovation Week, which meant there was an opportunity for both students and faculty, and individually and together, to start a project, start a business. And there was it went for about a month or so, where you could fine-tune your idea with different master classes over time. So we're dealing with the tech aspects, IoT, AI, etc. Another day, someone else is coming to give you business model canvas. Another day, someone's talking about pitch decks. Another day, someone's talking about finance. I would suggest, since the room has quite a good number of people, perhaps do that for these lovely students and for your team. Maybe some people are silently running businesses and need support. And based on everything everyone has said on stage, I think you guys are probably in a good place to start, or at least access some of these resources and start a business and, solve a problem for a community and then make money. Thank you.
Yes, and for my parting shot, so thank you all for being here. Though we still, as I've said, there's one thing I'll just show you, just one success story for just 5 minutes before we leave. But all in all, being the tech students that we are, the incubation center has been around since I got into it. It's been 1 year. And at least we have shown some progress. I invite you to visit the incubation center. Come, as you can see, we have various partners, ALX being our partner, we have Ruby Africa, and AWS being our partners, among others. The likes, as you can see, of Safaricom, and also the big, we go from the big to also the startups. Because it's not only, some of us just believe that for you to excel in tech, or for you to excel in business, you have to be associated with the big names like Safaricom. Sometimes also it's good to have an entry even when it comes to those who are just accessible to the common mwananchi. So you are welcome to visit the incubation center, participate in our programs that we have in the incubation center. For example, as she has said, we have been running some hackathons. Actually, we were even in the process of planning one with Purity. Yeah, so I know in the coming future that one will be something that will be happening. Apart from that, I want to emphasize on some keywords here. Number one, when it comes to focusing on the problem, we have so much focused on the product. You find a student always working on a product. Always. I find some students in my incubation center, they're always working on projects. Always working on projects. But this is something that someone went and sat down and thought, this is what the people need. And as Z and also Banta said, you see, sometimes you may think this is what the people need. Then you give the people what you think they need. Then they reject it. Then you start blaming the people. Why can't you use my product? But as they have said, first, it's good even also just to indulge with the people. Sell that one shoe, sell that one, as Banta was saying. Find out what are the challenges that you're facing. What are the challenges that your customers are facing? So that when you're building a product, it addresses the problems that are there, not the problem you think that exists. Another thing also just to highlight is the interdisciplinary collaboration, as we have agreed. So that's why even the incubation center is not only closed off for tech students. It's open to all types of students in KCA University. And as I've said, we have projects which have grown. One of them is exhibiting at the exhibition area here. Another one, we are just going to see it right now, whereby through intercollaboration between students who are not in your discipline, because you might be there making an app that is health-based. You're not a doctor. You just have the technical skills. So how do you know that the tech in the health space, that's what they need? You think, you just create something that you think because that's the problem you have experienced in the health sector, but you don't have the right data. So that's why inter-collaboration is very important. And my closing now, my last point is on something we refer to as intellectual properties. The incubation center also is very concerned, and one of the key mandates is securing your intellectual property. You see, in Kenya, we are changing the conversation. Previously, Kenya has been very focused on tangible assets. Story tu nika shamba mahali, ka plot mahali. But also there is a lot of wealth that comes from intangible assets, the likes of intellectual property. And that is one of our key mandates at the incubation center. So that topic, we did not really focus on it in the Innovation Week, but it's a huge topic. But I'll be holding an intellectual property seminar, either before this semester ends or at the beginning of the next semester, which will have people from different, for example, the Kenya National Innovation Agency, Kenya Intellectual Property Institute, and Kenya Copyrights Board. Those ones being the main entities that are mandated when it comes to securing your intellectual property. So we have something that we are working for you. So when I call you for that seminar, just know what exactly are we calling you for that seminar or workshop, so that we understand what is intellectual property, how do we protect that innovation you are building, how do you earn from your innovation, how do you safeguard your future, how do you make your money work for you, because basically intangible assets, also that's just your money, that's actually your intellect having the money working for you. So otherwise, thank you so much guys for the session, and let's clap for our panelists even as they walk off stage. Yeah. So
from that discussion, I've learned something. And I believe in the saying that follow excellence and money will follow you. So like I usually tell my students, I don't know if they are here, ama wengine wanafuatilia virtually, but I always tell them that make sure you get a skill, perfect a skill, perfect on something, and eventually something good will come out of that. So the parting shot here that I've gotten, be consistent, focus on the problem, and make sure you have a mentor. This journey, you cannot make it alone. Have a mentor. And Z, I'm willing to teach you on how to cook. So pay kujunione kando. So Alex, maybe you can bring the...
Yes, so just for he promised me it's going to take only 3 minutes. So Alvin, I'm going to introduce Alvin Maase to present he has worked on a very nice project. And the project is health-based. But Alvin has been a student here in the tech, BBIT, right? Yeah, he has been in BBIT at KCA. So he has no health background, but he has managed to build something that is actually being piloted in hospitals. So the whole idea was that he managed to have an inter-collaboration with a health student. He has some co-founders, one of them being a health student. Actually, it's a practicing doctor. Yes. So you see, the inter-collaborations really help. So I'm going to invite Alvin just to give us 3 minutes. And also something else about Alvin is that he was among the first students in KCA to participate in the Founders Academy. clap for him. Yeah, the Founders Academy in ALX is one of our main partners when it comes to acceleration and also building businesses for students. And being one of the first graduates, him and other students who are outside here, will tell us about how was it and also what is his project about. Thank you.
So thank you, Alex, for that. Thank you for the nice panel here that we've just had. So hello everyone. I'm Alvin Maase, the CTO and co-founder of Uzima Nexus. So this journey, it began around last year when KCA was doing the Innovation Week. Being a student, at that particular time, I was made aware of the same, and we were taken through a business plan, the process of making a business plan, as well as building the given prototype. So after that, we went into the Founder Academy, 3 months. I went through the entire process. Then we are shortlisted for the accelerator, of which we are currently participating right now. At that particular time, we have also been able to secure an in-kind investment geared towards AWS credits. And we have, yeah. So we have been able to secure the credits, and we are currently building our platform on the same. So I'll just do a brief story of how it has all been. So it was in 2013. I was still in high school, and my parents came for me just when we were about to break for the December holidays. It was then that I discovered that my aunt was very ill, and she was unable to walk. Trying to find more about the issue, I found out that she has gone through various facilities in Busia County, but none of them were able to diagnose her condition. So we decided as a family to take her to Eldoret St. Luke's, and they ran a number of tests, and they discovered that she had cancer. After that, she was referred to Texas Center here in Nairobi. Upon reaching Texas Center in Nairobi, they again ran the same number of tests before beginning treatment. Unfortunately enough, we lost my aunt. On that note, this is not just my reality. Actually, in Kenya, according to the global cancer statistics, it is denoted that around 47,000 new cases come in, and out of these, 33,000 actually do not normally make it. So in this sense, you will find that 70% of these cancer cases are normally caught in the late stages. And Uzima Nexus basically aims to solve this particular case. Uzima Nexus, the problem, further moving down to the problem, is that you'll find that we lack, there is inaccessibility of qualified medical personnel in remote regions. Just was the case with my aunt. She had to go through various facilities, but none of them could diagnose her condition. Secondly, we lack a centralized system that is able to share these particular resources. As you see, she went through various facilities in Busia County, then moving to Eldoret, then up to Texas Center. But there was some lags or some miscommunication in terms of the data sharing. In this case, there's also lack of transparency in the healthcare system. There's a very big gap in transparency, and patients don't have actual records on their own. This makes even diagnosis quite a challenge in the case that you're moving from one facility to another. So at Uzima Nexus, basically, we are building a transparency-driven economy. By a transparency-driven economy, in this case, our solution is a mobile app and an NFC-enabled devices for the patients, which enables them to carry their given medical records and have continuous access for them. We also have a doctor-facing app which is a desktop application as well as a web-based application, which automates the entire clinical workflows of the clinic, ranging from data collection as well as billing. And all this, it's being built upon blockchain, which is secure, and it facilitates the encryption of data, and which facilitates also easier collaboration within this particular ecosystem that we are trying to build. We also have a referral system that is powered by AI, and it's able to match a given patient right down to the given expert that will best handle their issue. So far, we've been able to pilot at Tawil and one orthopedic surgeon. We also have 400 patients already in the given system, and it is being used. We are in the process of developing the given. We are in the process of integrating with the given NFC and carrying out the whole entire workflows of the same. So in this particular, what we are doing in this sense, we are building the transparency-driven economy in which we ensure they move by getting to the given facility and being discharged. We are doing this through even the given wearables and the given wearables such as the bracelets, the rings, and as well as necklaces. So we have a solution, and I'd also like to share with you just the given demo of how it works, just a small demo. And you can always contact us in the case that you want to join you want to have the mobile app. You can just visit uzimanexus.com and you'll be able to download the app. We'll give you a link to download the app for the same, which is currently in beta version. So I'll just share my the given demo. I think you guys had the given demo, so of the clinic version that we have been able to deploy.
Welcome to Uzima Nexus platform. Here is a tutorial of Consultverse, which is one of its products. Consultverse is an innovative platform designed to enhance clinic operations by streamlining. Welcome to Uzima Nexus platform. Here is a tutorial of Consultverse, which is one of its products. Welcome to Uzima Nexus platform. Here is a tutorial of Consultverse, which is one of its products. Consultverse is an innovative platform designed to enhance clinic operations by streamlining appointment booking and optimizing electronic health records. By leveraging AI technology, Consultverse simplifies documentation, transcribing doctor-patient conversations, and extracting key information to improve record accuracy. It seamlessly integrates data from various sources, such as lab results and imaging reports, enabling real-time analysis for better decision-making. The platform also optimizes appointment scheduling by predicting patient no-shows and cancellations, allowing clinics to adjust schedules dynamically and manage patient flow effectively. Personalized reminders and engagement tools keep patients informed and encourage attendance at appointments. ConsultRes also enhances the coding process with AI-assisted ICD-11 coding, automatically assigning codes to diagnoses based on clinical notes. It suggests relevant codes in real time, speeding up documentation and reducing manual work for clinicians. Furthermore, ConsultVerse supports personalized patient care by analyzing medical histories to identify potential health risks and develop tailored care plans. With its data-driven insights, the platform provides valuable operational analytics, helping clinics improve performance and ensure seamless operations. Ozima Nexus, empowering lives.
So that's the demo. Thank you. And we are a team of 3. I have a medical doctor as well as a biomed that we are working with. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm actually learning a lot, and I take this as a challenge. I'm hoping nyinyi pia you're taking it as a challenge, sindio? Wasi, simeboeka, kuna lunch, changamkeni. Simko sawa? Sawa. So we are almost coming to an end of this session. But as we say in Kenya, mkono mtupu haulambwi. So I'd like to appreciate our guest, Z. I love that name. Can I just exchange the name? Uitwe Beatrice, na mimi niitwe Z. Hautaki? All right, so. All right. It's Madam Adeline. And I'm looking for Mr. Banta. It's a very unique name. Anaitwa Ben. Bernard Banta. So please come forward. And I want also to invite my boss, the acting dean, the dean representative, and a very darling friend of mine, Mr. Ezekiel Kuria, to gift our panelists. Like I said, mkono mtupu haufanyi nini? Haulambwi sawa sawa. And just see how young the panelists are. Yeah? Just see how beautiful. Ladies, can you just appreciate? Just appreciate them. Tusikuwe na kinyongo, kiwaru, you know? Let's appreciate how beautiful they are and how young they are and how do I put this? Insightful they are. Thank you so much. I wish we could go on and on and on, but unfortunately muda nao hauruhusu. Kwa hivyo, kwa hayo machache, I'd like to welcome any student, any member here with a comment on how we've handled this. Like I usually say, maoni, malalamishi, swali. Anyone? Just a word of thank you to the organizers, to the panelists. I was saying mnaniangusha. Jose, come, say a word. Come say a word.
Hamjambo. Mko salama? Unajua wakati madam ameniita karibu nizimie hapo. So kwa wageni wetu tunasema shukran. Tumefurahia sana. Then sisi kama vijana tumepata pigo, like it's a great challenge to us, yeah? So like for Z and her friend there, like nimekuwa pale hata mimi na feel it's like I'm doing nothing, si ndio? So for us as youth, as KCA student, tumepata challenge this year and we need to do something so that asini tukue pale, si ndio? Tumeambiwa to come up na more ideas, how we can do things and how we can progress in life, si ndio? Because huku nje tunaambiwa kuwa kazi ni moto, si ndio? So you must be creative and you must come up with the idea nitakusaidia upate kazi huku nje. So thank you for our visitor. Tunawashukuru na nasema karibuni tena. Mungu awabariki.
Any lady? A lady? Ladies. She, you're being nominated.
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. So personally, I have come late to this session because I was attending another session in the LT block. But generally, I'd like to say that we have learnt a lot, and I also assume everybody who's here has learnt a lot. I know you have a lot to take home, and I can say the Innovation Day was successful. Thank you to the guests, to the people who came to speak to us today, and also to the people who maybe pitched the ideas today. I hope you got the right platform to do it. Yeah, that's all I have to say. And I hope you really enjoyed your day. Yeah, and you have something to take home. Also, I want to speak to somebody. That's my lecturer over there. She's called Purity. Hello. Yeah, that's all.
Hi guys, I just have one announcement. If you took a milk card in the morning and you didn't go and actually use it at the cafeteria, please use the same milk card. How many did not choose their milk card in the morning and they have it? The show of hands. Najua mtasema. But anyway, it was just, I just wanted to put it out there. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you so much. And just a word of reminder, we had an IBM speaker, and he talked about IBM Skills Build. So kindly go log in. There are so many courses free of charge, cybersecurity, AI, you learn a lot from there. And the certifications are free. The course is free also. So why don't you create an account with IBM Skills Build, and you're going to get a lot from that. So nashukuru sana kwa muda wenu. For those who don't know me, I was the co-host of the day, or should I say an MC? MC lady anaitwa nani? Bado tu ni MC. I'm Beatrice Kagushia. My students, they are my friends, they call me Betty. Yeah, sometimes they call me Betty, they call me Bito. Actually, wanasahau. Most of them are talking angalia booklets, they call me Bito. BT, Bito, Betty, because I'm a darling to them. Mama ni aje? Yeah, I'm a darling to them also. So it's been a pleasure to have you on board. So being no any other business, let us close with a word of prayer from a volunteer. A volunteer. A volunteer? Yes, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
I am Finidi George Michael. Let us bow down for a word of prayer. Heavenly Master, once again we say thank you, Lord, for allowing us to gather here in this place, Lord. As we leave this place, Lord, I pray, Lord, that each and everything that we have learned, each and everything, Lord, that we have come here impacted to want to do, that they may be part of us, that we may take the courage and challenge to go through them. In Jesus' name we pray, trusting and believing. Amen.
So thank you guys. Kwa wale tutapatana kwa darasa, tutapatana kwa daro. So enjoy and have a fruitful week. Bye.